Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a meeting of the North Penn School District Board of School Directors, May 21st, 1998. The meeting tonight is our regularly scheduled action meeting. We will also be presenting proclamations to outstanding students. This meeting is being videotaped for community cable channels. Individuals attending this meeting and intending to speak to the board should be aware that they are being videotaped. In order to meet the requirements of Pennsylvania Sunshine Law, it is necessary to record the names of all citizens who speak to the board during the meeting. To assure compliance with this requirement, it is essential that those planning to address the board come to the microphone and state their name and address. Members of the audience are asked to limit their questions and comments to no more than 5 minutes. This limit will permit time for all those who wish to speak to the board to do so, and whenever members of the audience exceed this time limit, the board president may ask the individual to yield the microphone to the next speaker, and this is in reference to Board Policy 8344.2. At this time, can we have student cameraman Kyle Berger lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please, sir?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Kyle, you can blame that on Mr. Schwartz. I had to pick on you because he ran. Okay. Mr. Schwartz was supposed to be an honorary board member this evening as promised at the last meeting, but he said he's on the job tonight and he had to renege that opportunity. So he's going to just pay attention to the cameras tonight for your viewing enjoyment later. Also, if you would bear with me for a moment. Last week was the art show of the North Penn School District, sponsored by our art teachers and, of course, our students. At that time, many members of our faculty chose to do a little fundraising on their own on behalf of a scholarship fund for art students. At that time, 22 art teachers designed an apron which was put up in the middle of the art show and provided to the community for a silent auction. I bid on one of the aprons along with my bid price, which will go unnamed because my husband doesn't need to find out about that yet. I also promised to wear it. So if you would just bear with me, this is all in the name of scholarships for kids, and this is a promise, but this is, I'm not going to name the faculty member that designed this apron.
That's Donna.
Oh!
That's Donna.
Is that just, is that fabulous? Here, tie
It was
this down.
definitely made for you, Donna.
They made that. Well, they made that
Never
for
enough baubles. Never enough jewelry, never enough promises kept.
Did half of that stuff come from your sweet?
Do you believe it? These are Cadillac emblems. And for the teacher who doesn't realize that there's 2 broken pieces of Coro from 1940s on this, and I knew that. So, anyway, thank you very much. And support your local art department, please. I make a motion to recommend approval to appoint Dorothy Hatfield as Board Secretary Pro Tem for purposes of this evening's meeting. May I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Schilling, second by Mosey. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hatfield, for being with us this evening. Appreciate it. Board, I need recommended approval of the minutes of the 759th meeting held on
So moved.
4/16/98 as circulated. Motion by Hill.
Second.
Second by Shapinsky. Questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you. Again, approval is needed for the minutes of the board work session held on 5/12/98 as circulated.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Hill, second by Shapinsky. Questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you. I'd also like to take the opportunity, Mrs. Hatfield, please note for the record that there was an executive session held this morning at 10 o'clock for purposes of personnel. It was an executive session of the Personnel Committee. Any other executive sessions from any committees that need to be disclosed now before we go further?
No, they're all secret.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, proclamations.
We have a number of outstanding students who are going to receive proclamations tonight, the first of which was for Jason Harris, who can't be here because of another obligation. Jason will also receive a governor's proclamation. He is the winner of the county spelling bee for the second consecutive year. Not spelling bee, geography bee for the second consecutive year, and we'll see if Jason gets these recognitions. Right now, assembling are the winners of gold medals in a national Latin exam. Now, these are for students who have taken Latin for 5 years or less. Are you all 5-year students? Okay, you're a mixture, so they might be second, third, and fourth-year students as well. And this is an exam that's a rigorous exam nationwide, and the kids who get medals are near the top of the entire nation's Latin students from our country's over 16,000 high schools. And I'm going to introduce you because none of your teachers are able to be here. I've been waiting to introduce this first lady, young lady, for a long time. Josephine Drew is the first Latin 5 gold medal winner, but I want to tell you about Josephine. Josephine is the first young woman I've met in 35 years as an educator who has scored 2 consecutive perfect scores on the SAT. That is a gold medal in Latin 4, Scott Thompson. Scott Thompson. Latin 3, Reed Collins. This name's hard for me to pronounce, so you'll have to
Should I
help.
pronounce it?
That's right, you got it right.
It's Shilpa Danseti. Shilpa.
Shilpa, come forward and get your card. Deborah George. Not here. Not here. Deborah Horn. Carly Shaw. Oops. That's all right, that's happened before. Gargi Carr. Sarana Patel. Neil Bergman.
That's great. Check out the tie, it's great. Basketball.
Oliver Chen. The next group of students we wish to honor with proclamations are also an outstanding group of students, some of whom are repeaters, but they all have enabled North Penn High School to win its second consecutive state academic decathlon championship. These are bright kids, and they beat everybody else in the state. If you're going to help me, you're going to introduce them.
Yes, I was hoping to tell you a little bit about their accomplishments as well. Sue Massey and I are the advisors to the academic decathlon team, and as mentioned, we did repeat for a second year as state champs. We were very proud to represent North Penn in the state of Pennsylvania at the national competition in Providence, Rhode Island this year. We placed 15th overall and placed 3rd in the Northeast region. I think a lot of people don't really know what academic decathlon is. It's the premier competitive academic competition event in the country. Last year, over 2,000 schools competed and 20,000 students were involved. Teams compete in a series of 10 events, measuring academic strengths in written tests such as language and literature, social sciences, mathematics, fine arts, science, economics, and a written super quiz. Students must write an essay, be interviewed by a panel of judges, give a 4-minute prepared speech and a 2-minute impromptu speech. Each member of the team competes in the super quiz. This year the topic was the global economy. A team consists of 9 members, 3 from the honor or A average, 3 from the scholastic or B average, and 3 from the varsity or C and below GPA category. To reach the national level, the students competed in 3 local scrimmages, a very competitive regional competition, and finally the state championship, in which 18 regional champions participated. I'm very proud to introduce you to the individual members of the academic decathlon team. First, we have Scott Clark, and the medals I'm going to be mentioning are at the state level. Scott earned the gold medal in the super quiz, a bronze medal in social studies, and the overall silver medal in the scholastic division. Jim Kramer earned a silver medal in art, a bronze medal in the super quiz in the varsity division. Back again, Josephine Drew scored the highest in the Montgomery County Championship, earned 8 out of 10 gold medals in her division in the Pennsylvania State competition, and at the national competition earned a gold medal for perfect scores in art and math and a gold medal in music. A silver medal in the super quiz, a bronze medal in language and literature, and was named the first recipient of the Senator Pell Distinction in Art Award. Helen Lewinsky earned a gold medal in language and literature in the scholastic division. Katie O'Driscoll earned the bronze medal in speech in the varsity division. Chad Tressler earned a gold medal in science, a gold medal in math, and the overall gold medal in the scholastic division. Jimmy Yun earned a gold medal in math, a silver medal in the social studies, a bronze medal in the super quiz, and the overall silver medal in the varsity division. Additionally on the team was Kimberly Dash, who earned a bronze medal in the essay category, and Jason Harris, who substantially contributed to the team's overall scores. Thank you.
I have something for you and Sue. We appreciate the work that you do. We know it's a volunteer effort. It obviously pays results, and we're very proud of the results.
Thank you very much.
Okay. How about while everyone's getting filed out that needs to go, another round of applause for all the students. Okay, thank you, folks. We'll give a few minutes. I know parents like to go out and congratulate their children and
Go home.
Don Hill has to wait for grandchildren in order to get home. Okay. John, can we pull those doors in the back? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one more quick announcement. May 14th, 1998, there was a very, very, very unfortunate accident in Temenson Township. Many of you may have seen it in the local papers, involving one of our school buses and an unfortunate cyclist out in Commenson. At that time, we had a bus that had quite a number of our children on it, middle school students, I believe. And they got to be eyewitnesses to things that, you know, we have probably all tried to keep our kids from having to see at a young age. In light of that, I want to thank quite a number of people and prepare for the next formal meeting. Appropriate tokens of appreciation in the forms of a certificate be provided to people that were very helpful to this district and to specifically those children. Twenson Township Police Department had many officers on the scene that night, and would like to thank them personally on behalf of this board and the superintendent, Sergeant Al Gillette, Sergeant Richard Corner, Sergeant Joe Felice, officers Jeff Kratz, Jeff Wainwright, Jeff Moda, Mike Paul, and Detective Stuart Newman. All the officers were professional, very helpful. Officers Gillette, Moda, and Newman were particularly helpful and each displayed an exceptional compassion for the driver and for the students. And when you see action like that and care like that, it makes you very, very glad that you live in a community like ours. But not to be outdone were our own staff. And Dr. Miller, I'm asking that you provide me with a list of all of those people that were involved that day. And have that for the, you know, along with this list for certificates to be given. Dr. Miller, Dr. Bose, Dr. Hassler, and our counselors, John and husband, wife,
John and Ardine Vencius.
John and Ardine Vencius were there to deal hands-on with those students. Dr. Bose managed a very, very, very unsightly scene involving many parties, and again has turned up to be one of many heroes on that day. And Dr. Bose, I thank you as board president for being there and leaving a banquet along with other staff members that left to attend to our students. So please, Dr. Bose, would you make sure, along with Mrs. Hatfield with the notes taken tonight, that we prepare for a proper thank you with possibly their visits here for a certificate. Dr. Miller, personnel, thank you. All righty, committee reports, facilities, buildings, and grounds. Mr. Mosey.
Thank you, Madam President. Just like to report that on April 28th, the Facilities and Building Committee had their monthly committee meeting. Minutes of the meeting have been distributed, I believe, to all board members, along with a copy of the agenda for this month, next Tuesday. I'd like to point out that there are several items which came out of committee, which will be on the agenda to vote on tonight, that being the approval to engage Joseph A. Byro and Associates for the engineering work at the replace the cooling tower at the North Penn High School. Recommend the approval of change order number 10, which will be the final change order of the Pendale project. Recommend the approval of the replacement of in-ground fuel oil tanks to Full Moon Construction Company. I'd just like to point out that the original low bid on this project was Advanced Petroleum Contractors, but they sent a letter, and it was within the 48-hour time period to withdraw their bid. So we are now going with Full Moon. Also, there will be another item on the agenda. Recommend the employment of 50 summer custodial maintenance crew personnel for the summer. Would also like to point out and bring the attention of the board that if you look at the agenda, I know there's been much discussion about bee stings and wasp stings at the CULP, and we have been monitoring this for our last 3 or 4 committee meetings, and it is on the agenda for next Tuesday. At the last meeting, I instructed Mr. Wood, or asked Mr. Wood if he would look into several key situations, that of relocation of the dumpsters, our doors being open at that building, develop guidelines or meet with our personnel, continue to monitor the situation, the things. Also, we're having our pest control vendor come in to check to see if he can offer any suggestions, as well as meet with a gentleman who has a company that would put these screens in if that need be the case. I know we have been accused of dragging our feet on this situation. I promise you that we haven't. I've been checking it several times a week with Mr. Wood to see what we're doing over there. My concern is that we fix it and we fix it right in the first time. We don't have to continue to revisit this situation. And I know that one of the problems is that when it gets hot, such as days like this and yesterday, the doors are open, and I don't care how many screens you put on the window, it's still easy access for insects to get in. So we're looking at all the possibilities to remedy the situation as quickly as possible and do it one time and do it right. That's all I have on the facilities and buildings. My next report, I'd like to go right into my high school report, if that's all right with you.
Super.
12 straight days of rain are behind us, and we're now taking advantage of the summer-like weather. We continue to experience excellent progress on this project. The following work has been completed since the April 16, 1998 report. Underground piping for the first floor is completed. Electrical conduits are near completion in the first floor. One rail car of brick has been delivered to the site. All foundation walls are completed. Concrete slabs are being poured. We have grass on the new hockey lacrosse field at the 4-H property. The basin and dam area have been planted with shrubs and grass. The grass has germinated. Plastering has begun in the cafeteria area. All masonry work is completed in the cafeteria area. The roofers are working after school hours on the existing building. Their progress has been good. I was informed earlier tonight by Mr. Wood that the work has been completed on the A-pod and just about completed on the auditorium roof. Is that correct? 50% on the roof. Delivery of steel will be the week of June 1st, 1998, and erection will begin on June 8th, 1998, and that is the end of my report.
Okay, thank you. Questions around? Mr. Mosey? Okay, thank you, Mr. Mosey. NAP expansion, Mr. Schilling.
Yes, on Friday, May 15th, 1998, bids were opened for additions and alterations to Napa Elementary School. The bid tabulation and bid award summary will be discussed at the Facilities Committee meeting on Tuesday, May 26, 1998. We will then recommend an award to be made at the June 9th, 1998 School Board Committee meeting. Tonight, the Board of School Directors will be asked to vote on the submission of Plan Com Part D and Plan Com Part G. Plan Com Part G may only be submitted after bids are opened and tabulated. The NAP bid award recommendation is under the estimated budget and will be discussed at the committee meeting on May 26, 1998. End report.
Okay, any questions of Mr. Schilling? Around? Thank you, sir. Community Services and Policy, Mr. Shapinsky.
Thank you. Tonight we have, I believe, the final reading of Board Policy 4112.5, which is the posting of open positions and transfers. I believe this is the second time.
You're correct.
Also tonight we also have for the first time our child rearing policy 4152.3 and our information request policy 2465. Also distributed in the packet.
Okay. Board questions around? Any questions on policies? Thank you, Mr. Shapinsky. K through 12 curriculum, Mrs. Queeve.
Thank you. The curriculum meeting met on Thursday, May the 7th, and at that meeting it was announced, and will be announced here, that the curriculum committee has changed its monthly meeting to the first Wednesday of each month at 6 o'clock p.m. Our next meeting is June the 3rd, and I hope I see a lot more people now that we've changed the time. At that meeting, we had a presentation on the summer career camp for the 8th grade students that will be held at North Penn High School from June 17th to July the 2nd, from 9 to 3 each day. And the camp is being funded by the Bell Atlantic grant that was received by the district. On tonight's agenda, the board is being asked to approve the senior class trip for the class of 1999. At our meeting, Dr. Cotter provided an overview of the proposed class of 99 one-day trip to New York Harbor. The trip is tentatively scheduled for October 5th of this year. And we also discussed it briefly, I believe, at the work session last week. Under the curriculum and budget discussion, there was discussions in regards to per pupil allocation and extra duty. I also have for the board tonight, and I Dr. Hassler left extra copies for me for people in the back of the curriculum, extra duty, and staff development report to the Finance Committee in regards to the preliminary budget. So I'd like to pass one of those out. Yeah, we just pass them around. It's for your information in the final considerations of the 98-99 budget. And that is the end of my report.
Is this a committee report?
No, it's just, what it is, Mrs. Mangle, is the administrator's report that was discussed in committee of the changes in the budgets, in the budget that pertain in particular to C&I staff development, and I believe there were supposed to be student activities and things like that. Any increases, any decreases in those items are on this list, and it's presented to you for your information.
Okay, thank you. Questions around?
Yes. Wait a minute, some of these were things that were highlighted in my budget that Carol's now working on, Cherise. But are these things that were they removed in the latest budget?
Some of them may have been.
They weren't listed on the latest reductions. We had a committee meeting just last Monday. Just this Monday. Carol, were these things already, have they actually been formally deducted from the preliminary budget that's scheduled to be voted on tonight?
Sharice, I haven't seen this before. Is
I
this-
believe so.
Yeah, I believe so also.
Yeah.
These probably came directly out of the budget book that we've been looking at since February.
What do you mean, they were ones that have been gone a long time ago?
Well, some of these look like they're additions. Some of these look like they're subtractions.
I wasn't told by Dr. Hassler, maybe Betty Robinson can add to
Well,
that,
when
if there
did
were
you-
any additional cuts in this list. This was the, Carol, do you remember,
Well, I know the per pupil we had on
the list that Bob came to the finance meeting of areas in curriculum and instruction and staff development that,
these weren't on there. Or at least not in this language, it wasn't.
yeah, well, like the theme readers, I believe.
I didn't have that.
These aren't new items.
Well, I'm trying to catch up with this. I just
Yeah,
left
these-
the meeting just
No,
3
these
days
are not-
ago.
This was a report to finance of the areas that curriculum instruction and staff development and the extra duty costs in the preliminary budget that they
Change.
changed, or,
It was,
Change.
this reflects what we originally did and then
Right.
what we went back and adjusted.
Okay.
So these items aren't new items.
Well, as of what budget were these incorporated? How old is this?
Way back in like.
Oh, well, gee, I can imagine there were quite a few lists of changes made during the formulation of the administrative work
These
on
are
the
all the
budget.
areas that
I
deal
mean,
with
this is all
curriculum.
Pre-board committee discussion. These were established by the cabinet and the administration.
So these are in the budget.
It's been in the budget
Yes,
for a
yes,
couple
yes.
months like this.
but I thought it would be helpful to, and I asked Bob to put it together so that the board could see it.
I'm looking for activity right now on budgets, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so no one's surprised, so no one says, I didn't know that.
Gotcha.
Okay, as long as we know.
Okay, any other questions of Mrs.
February.
Krieger?
Yeah, the meeting's Wednesday,
Wednesday,
June 3rd,
June the 3rd,
at 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
Just a couple of comments. The next curriculum meeting, you said is June 3rd, what time?
6.
6. Is there an agenda for that, or what areas are going to be discussed on that night?
I haven't had a pre-agenda meeting with Dr. Hassler yet.
Okay.
That's in 2 weeks.
And
So
Dr.
I'm assuming
Hassler-
I'm meeting with him next week, right, Betty? Yes.
I would like to take the time to recommend to him that it also include the extra duty recommendations in the area of sports, clubs, and music that are on this document that he provided to me this evening. So if this would come up under that
I
meeting
think
at that
that's,
time.
I think that's one of the items that he's planning, that he's been putting together since the last meeting, since it came up in discussion.
'Cause
He's coming forward with a full report on extra duty in totality,
Okay, 'cause
not just those areas,
Okay.
other areas too.
I know that there's, at least the clubs had come up before, informally one evening prior to, during a community relations meeting. And I believe there's at least 5 board members that support that. So I know that some of these are already half-baked. Okay. Any other further questions of Mrs. Krieger? Okay. Special Education Student Services, Mr. Allen.
Yes, thank you. There are 2 items on the agenda tonight that need approval. The first is the Montgomery County Intermediate Unit Cost Service Plan for the 1998-99 school year. And the second is a ratification of approval of 90 Penndale students to travel one day in May to the Civil War sites in Virginia and Pennsylvania. And just as a reminder, it is a ratification, but we were memoed that this was going to happen, and that since no one objected, the trip did go on. And I would like to explain something that I needed an explanation for, and maybe some others do. We all know that we have a budget from the intermediate unit that we pay every year, and we've already voted on that. What the unit cost service plan is, that is for services that we purchase from the IU for individual students that need special services that we can't provide here. So it's not part of the overall budget of the IU, it's special services that North Penn purchases especially for special students.
This is a contract based on need.
Yes.
As that need is made
And
aware
we're
of us.
expecting $150,000 worth, or what's the number? I forget. $1.5 million.
1.15.
Yeah, 1.15 for this year.
Did we already budget for that?
Yeah, yeah. End of report, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Any questions, Mr. Allen?
Just one question. That 1.5 million bill, is that an increase over last year, or is that the same?
It's an increase in that.
By how much?
Quite a bit, because in last year's overall budget plan, the early intervention costs were not included. There was a change in the law requiring school districts now to provide a portion of their early intervention or preschool costs. That alone is a over $200,000 item.
Is there anything else in there that's gone up, or just that?
But their overall costs went up 4.9%. And
What's that in dollars?
I don't have that in front of me, Pat.
Okay, 200,000 alone is very close to 1 mil taxes.
Yeah.
So as we look at this and, beat each other up over this budget, some of these are very real as it relates to teacher contract, 4 to 5 mils are technology. You just mentioned a mill here under child intervention that is a state law that we didn't anticipate last year.
That's correct.
So, okay. Questions, Mrs. Krieger?
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to ask is, in regards to this item, it is on the agenda, as Bill has already indicated, but it says that 5 substitute days were required for this one-day trip. Is that a typo, Lou?
That was the teachers that went along that accompanied the trip, so we had to provide substitutes for those teachers. There were 5 teachers that went along on the trip.
Oh, on the trip?
Yes,
Okay, so that just means that 5 people went
yes.
with them?
Mhm.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Did Sharice win the election to immediate unit?
Oh, yeah.
We don't know yet.
I don't know yet. Did you get your?
I have not heard.
I don't think the election is till May 22nd.
Oh, the intermediate,
It's tomorrow.
it's not, it didn't happen yet.
Oh,
I think
vote
it's
is still
tomorrow.
outstanding.
No,
Okay.
the votes are still on the pipeline.
I think they're, I don't know, maybe the
The
solicitor.
deadline's like June 10th or something like that for those votes.
Or June 10th, yeah.
Okay. Any other
Somewhere
questions?
around.
I voted 3 times.
I'm supposed to vote.
Just like Tuesday, huh?
Just like Tuesday. Okay, support services, Mr. Allen, continue.
Support services, the only issue on tonight's agenda is the approval of a lease purchase of some 21 passenger school buses, 48 passenger school buses, and 72 passenger school buses. End of report.
Is there any questions around? Alrighty, Mr. Sheriff, please wait to the end of all the committee reports. I anticipate that finance is going to be a little lengthy. We have a presentation tonight by Counsel Dave Franklin and Financier Bob Bradbury. And that'll provide an opportunity for the board to hear at the end of the committee reports, and then an opportunity for audience and citizens to be heard on their report also. So personnel and legislative, Don Hill, do you want to do those?
Yes. Under personnel, as usual, there's a number of items of personnel nature that we have for support and staff positions that are being filled, but I think the thing that's most extraordinary this evening is that you're going to be voting on the approval of 3 exceptionally qualified nominees for elementary principals, so that all our schools will have first-rate principals in them this year. So 3, we were very lucky to find and very happily to find these 3 elementary principals for the schools next year. So that'll be an item to be voted on. In addition, the board will see on the agenda professional and support staff employees who will be retiring in June. All of these employees, of course, have served the students of the North Penn School District for many years, and we appreciate all they have done for the district and thank them for their time and dedication to our students and the community. End of the personnel report.
Any questions on personnel?
Yes, Don, I'd like to ask, do we have assignments? I know everyone's aware of which of those schools are being served by interim principals right now. Do we actually have the names of the employees assigned to buildings?
I don't know. I defer to Mr. Bowles. Dr. Miller can handle that.
Well, Mr. Chair, you're talking about
The new principals that are on the agenda as to what the intentions are for their building
we know we have 3 vacancies.
Right.
We believe there's going to be a 4th. And until Dr. Hassler and I discussed the advantage of waiting until we know the total number of replacements and whether or not other principals might change assignments until we designate the schools.
Okay, so the answer is no.
And so we'll come back to you at some future date with school assignments.
Okay.
We want to, as Mr. Hill said, we really have found 3 outstanding people to our great surprise and pleasure. And so we want to offer those people appointment immediately and then within a month assign them to a school.
I think Dr. Bose needs to temper our surprise by the reason we are surprised, which is we've been hearing for 2 years about the shortfall of administrators across the United States, that many folks prefer to be teachers on a 10-month schedule, and they prefer to be administrators on a 12-month schedule for a variety of personal, professional, and financial reasons. So finding the caliber of folks that we have to provide to this community this evening is a surprise in light of the incredible competition out there for administrators. Okay. Any other questions of Don Hill, legislative, Don, and then your flip side, technology, if you want to keep going.
Okay. Under legislative, the only thing I want to do is make a couple of comments. Everybody is aware that the state has passed a law relative to funding, or not funding, of taxing in the school districts. My first reading of that law doesn't bias anything, but I don't want to be as callous as that. We will look at it in the ensuing year and to see if there are any possibility to us, but at first blush, it's just another way to take money out of one pocket or another pocket. It doesn't really give us any other money or any funding, but there may be some positives to it, and we'll have to take a look at it. One of the things I'd like to just point out, since we're in the budget process and talking about state funding, I'd just like to call everybody's attention to just 2 areas that kind of stick out. One of them is in special ed. Special ed, for your information, if you look at the budget, is almost $14 million. $14 million just for special ed. The state, in its generosity, gives us just a little over $4 million. There's a $9 million shortfall there that we, as taxpayers, have to make up. That almost $14 million is about $1.5 million more than was in the budget last year that we have to pay for. All state mandated programs that the private schools and send all that we handle for all of those people. The other area is in transportation. There's a lot of buses out there. We're buying some more buses tonight. And just in transportation, we have a budget that's over $6 million. $6 million. Of that, over $2 million is spent just for private schools. But that still leaves us, but the state, in its generosity, awards us about $870,000. So if the state wanted to fund school districts, special ed, or public transportation, are two areas that would sure help the tax burden on the community. I just wanted to bring that to your attention tonight under legislative, because it's, I always get a little chagrin that finding us new ways to tax people, but finding no ways to help us pay the bills, but keep mandating new things, just like I just mentioned before, the new mandate we just got this year. Moving right on to technology is that the technology committee had a meeting, and the purpose of the meeting was to look at recommendations to put into the budget this year for funding for the technology in this ensuing year, 98-99 school year. After reviewing the different alternatives relative to purchasing or leasing equipment, the recommendation was made by the committee to proceed with the funding, and that is been incorporated in the budget, and will also be voting tonight on the approval of that recommendation. That's one other item. The technology committee will have a meeting on this regular night of June the 4th at 6 p.m. And the one item that will be covered in that agenda will be alternate funding if the E-rate funding is not successful. That's part of the budget for this year to do what is planned for technology is money that we're supposed to get, or hope to get back from the federal government. The rumor is that fund ran out of money, or the money will be going to school districts which they feel need the funding more than our school district. That's nothing's for sure. But in the case that we do not receive that funding, we've either got to redo our plan or find some alternate ways to raise that money, call a Plan B. So that'll be the item for discussion on the June 4th, 6 p.m. meeting. End of report.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Sharp?
On the technology plan that you had under discussion, was this the meeting from about 10 days ago? The technology meeting?
It was the same, that was a meeting we had, and then we discussed it again in the work session.
Okay, from the work session, though, I received information that showed different dollars than what was under discussion at the work session. It was, it carried forward the actual lease dollars, and it came into my packet. I assumed it would be attached to the agenda, but it's not here tonight.
I never saw anything like that.
Came one over the last few days.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
It gave the actual lease dollars for 500 and some thousand for this year, and then it went to, I don't know, maybe perhaps 800 and some thousand.
The
It came up
documents
to
that were
business.
discussed at the work session were representing a 5-year lease. The technology committee had requested that and recommended that the board consider a 4-year lease. So the numbers for the 4-year lease were sent home to you after the work session.
Within these last few days, I thought it was very, well, Friday's packet probably.
Yeah, the overall budget went up by approximately $100,000 when we changed from a 5-year lease to a 4-year lease.
Right, that was discussed at the work session. That's the money that's in this current budget.
Correct.
Okay, I guess the only thing I'd say is since we were really dealing with erroneous information the night of the committee meeting, it probably would have been best to have brought that forward to at least have it attached for the vote that we're taking tonight, once it was produced. Because I know I didn't bring mine with me, and most of the community members didn't see it. I'm not talking just raw dollars, Carol, I was talking lease dollars that were shown for the year one, partial year 1, 2, 3 of the leasing dollars.
It's 1.4 million is what the the total, it's on, I don't have that piece of paper in front of me right here, but,
I have mine, Vicki.
but it's been on, it's the same number that's been submitted a number of times to committees and everywhere else. You just have to pick that right
I
column.
know what the numbers are in the budget for this year only, but the motion has now moved to where we are approving, the plan and also authorizing the funding for the first year of the plan.
Just the first year, yes.
No, it also includes approval of the plan. That's the language of the recommendation on the agenda for both.
Right.
Yes, okay,
Yes,
thank
right.
you.
Any que-
This was the original.
Carol, are these the same numbers that we were using at previous technology meetings?
Listen,
And this is just an update from the last time? Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Creed. Any other comments or questions?
I was just,
Go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure that the dollars that were in the budget for tonight was the ones that were listed in this handout that we got in our packets. The 1.473
It's on page E61 in the budget.
in the budget?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Betty. Any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Hill. North Monco Technical Career Center, Mr. Allen.
Yes, thank you. Next Wednesday, Ben? Next Wednesday is the dedication ceremony for the addition to the North Monco Technical Career Center. It starts at 5:30. I would hope that everybody could find some time to go see the new building, the new programs that are being started at the VOTech school. The students, you go over during the day, you can see the students not only wiring the new addition, but it's also part of their classwork. So it's kind of neat to see kids doing something practical within their field, and at the same time saving all of us a little bit of money, and that we didn't have to pay construction crews to do it. So it's next Wednesday, 5:30. The building is done, the kids are moving in, and it's a real exciting time at the VOTech school. End of report.
Okay, it should be noted as we point out the points of the budget tonight that 9.19 is tempered by a number of things. Again, the VOTech has been not only enlarged, but renovated and new additions added for one reason: growth and student participation. Technical career centers such as ours at North Monco, formerly known as VOTechs, are on the upswing because students are doing both. They're having an academic day, a vocational day, an athletic club day. Their days are very well-rounded. And now, not unlike back in the 60s and 70s, kids are returning to learning trades and learning career paths along with their academic day. So dual major students are on the upswing. And we have the lion's share of students at the VOTech. Again, costs related to this increase because of the increase of the VOTech.
Donna?
Yes, sir.
Can I have another minute?
Please.
At our meeting this week, Monday, we had a JOC meeting, and we were informed at that time, I believe the number is about 75 of our students were put into the National Vote Technical Honor Society, which is the most that any school has put in 1 year in the country. So we're very proud of the work they're doing there. And so you know, in order to get in, you must have an A average in your field of trade and a B average in all your academic subjects. So they're doing a good job. Thank you.
And it's numbers like that that have changed the reputation of the Technical Career Center and students in general. So again, something to be proud of. Meet and discuss, Don Hill. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
There has been no meet and discuss meetings. There has been a committee meeting of the group that was working with the administrators as we developed the administrative personnel appraisal plan. We had a meeting with them again just to review the plan again and decide how we're going to implement it, how we're going to work with it. And it was just kind of a general discussion. And there will be some future meetings relative to that, one in June and then probably one as the next year starts. End of report.
Okay. Okay, that was discussions around the merit piece that we established with the Administration Association earlier this spring. Municipal Relations, Mr. Shaplinsky.
No report, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions around? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is your time. This is a pretty packed house tonight. You're probably all here. Oh, my word. I knew it was too easy. I'm sorry. Mrs. Scher, Finance Committee.
Okay. On the agenda tonight are a couple of big dollar items. Of course, we have the preliminary budget scheduled at $117,466,733 at this time. As everyone knows, it has been the subject of much discussion with the Finance Committee, and I would not say anyone moving forward with this budget to make an official document under the ownership of the full board is satisfied with the level of spending that it still includes. I know I myself, in speaking for the committee, have strong concerns regarding the understatement of revenues and the overstatement of expenses, and we intend to move forward in our next Tuesday regularly scheduled meeting at 6 p.m. to again tackle the numbers within the budget. As I mentioned earlier, I did deliver to Carol a budget which I had quite a few highlighted items. I'm sure it's taking her time to go through for her own review and consideration of future budget cuts. Also, in association with the committee's effort to draw down expenses, we have taken on other initiatives to help relieve the tax burden for this community, one of which is on the agenda also tonight and is associated with another effort which we discussed just at the last committee meeting, and that is the bond refinancing, scheduled for $9,575,000. This bond issue, it's important to understand, involves a $4.9 million refunding. It is not $9.5 million in new debt. It does include $4.7 million in new debt.
Yes.
That is in follow-up of the technology needs as well as oil tanks for facilities. The 4.9 refunding is as a result of the last committee meeting's discussion related to the 1993 Series A bond. That bond would be refunded at a lower rate, and therefore it was reasonable to wrap that into the new technology needs. Also, we need to keep in mind that that decision was also tied to the decision to remove the indebtedness that was associated with two other bonds previously considered for refinancing, the 1990 and the 1993 bonds. That had a total outstanding indebtedness of $8.6 million. With $5.8 million worth of the revenues from Keenest Road and a follow-up of a promise made a year and a half ago, this community would drop $8.6 million worth of indebtedness, eliminating $2.8 million in interest payments that would have occurred over the next 12 years. So as we move forward, we will be hearing from our bond counsel and our financial advisors. I don't know quite exactly which order they'll begin. They'll move forward with the discussions regarding the $9.5 million bond. That is, and that aspect of that last committee meeting that many of you witnessed. Carol, do you want to begin with how they're going to proceed?
I'd like to introduce Bob Bradbury on behalf of our investment advisor, and Dave Counselor, and Dave Franklin from Pepper Hamilton, who is our bond counsel.
Okay, before you begin, Mr. Bradbury, before the board this evening are two documents, one for option 1 and one for option 2. Is that correct?
No, I only brought back option 1, which was what I was.
That's direction. Thank goodness.
What did,
Why do we have a $16 million bond advertising cost?
okay, wait, Mrs. Scher, one moment,
I'm
please.
sorry, I apologize.
Mrs. Daddy, what, please, sir?
At the last meeting, the consensus of the board was to move forward with the $9.5 million refunding, and Mr. Bradbury has prepared that resolution. Vicki asked the question, why did the advertisement advertise for $16 million as opposed to the $9 million? And I think Mr. Bradbury can respond to that for us.
I think at the time that we had that meeting on May 12th, you had yet to have another, there was going to be another meeting, I believe, of the Finance Committee. At any time we are doing a financing, and this always was going to leave the option open to the board should you want to go to option 2, you cannot advertise, if we had advertised for 10 million, you could never have gone to option 2 should the Finance Committee have made a decision, there was a discussion with regards to that, because it involves the issuance of $15,500,000 worth of bonds. So we had the ad go in at 16 million, always leaving you the option as a board to make a decision whether you want to do option 1 or option 2. And because at that night, you gave me a consensus, but you said there was going to be another meeting
On technology.
on technology and so forth. So we have brought back option 1. It's a if the board so decides to go with option 2, but I know I was told to come in with option 1.
And that was told you by a full board the night that we were given the presentation.
That's correct.
Now, since the night of the presentation, there have been many questions from various board members about option 2. What various board members can't get around is the savings of approximately $700 and some thousand under option 2 over that 12-year period of time.
Of which 540 of it is in the first year.
Is in the first year. There are board members having a problem with that fiduciary responsibility not to seek that. So we need to have more discussion on that. Option 1, politically, can immediately look the best to pull down debt. But as further questions were being asked around at the various board members that have had a chance to look further through those papers, the fund that you described under option 2 would do just that, be a fund available for paying down the debt over those years, but there are those savings that are not ours, they belong to the community. So there was questions.
And I am prepared to go, if you so choose, to option 2. We were prepared for that, not knowing what the board wanted to do.
We need further discussion, but you have to know, from me as board president and Mr. Franklin, I'm hoping that you were given a heads up by Mrs. Detty that board members are struggling with this now.
And we're
because
prepared.
we cannot trip over that savings. We wouldn't do that with our own money.
And we are prepared tonight, should you so choose, to go to option 2.
Okay, well, why don't you begin your presentation, and then this board can go around and around, and Mr. Franklin, at any point that you need to get involved, please just come to the mic.
And I will explain that under, and I know there's some discussion, under option 2, and I know there was concern of Mrs. Scher with regards to, we cannot have, we put the money into a debt service fund, but you cannot dedicate it to keep future boards from not doing something. That's one of the things I know that was a discussion. That has to do with arbitrage regulations. If you did that, then you wouldn't be making money on the money, and that was one of the real favorable parts of option 2. What we brought in this evening is the terms under option 1, which you have. It's the bond purchase proposal for $9,575,000.
Yes.
On Schedule 1, it outlines the refunding portion of the bond issue, which totals $4,905,000. It shows the capital improvement portion of the bond issue, which is $4,670,000. This is on Schedule 1. It outlines the cost associated with doing the refinancing, and that's all outlined on Schedule 1. On Schedule 2, it's a schedule you've seen previously at the May 12th meeting. That is the bonds outstanding on the Series A bonds of 1993. If I go too fast, I know some of these
That's all
schedules. They should have this document. Yeah, they have it.
What? We don't have it. You don't have what? Carol, these out there?
We just were given it just a minute ago.
What's back there?
It was just
It's in
handed out
front of you.
like a
Are
minute
those
ago.
back there?
He just handed it
Carol,
out.
are they back there?
Why don't you have John make copies?
Not enough.
Why don't you have John make copies?
Do you want?
How many more do you have?
I only have like Well, we could give the 5 out that are signed if we can get them back. I have 5 that are signed right here.
What's the date on the document?
This is May 21st.
I don't have a copy either, I'm sorry.
You should have one in front of you.
Looks like here it comes. Got it.
All righty, Mr. Golden, John Golden, please. One moment, Mr. Bradbury. Mr. Golden, I need you to make copies of this if you would be so kind. There's a lot of you here this evening. This is an important document. This is highly unusual, but I'm going to have to do it.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Oh, see the pouting?
Well, they do it to you, they do it. You're also not the Frank Doll.
Apparently this is all. This is when we got the-
What did we move to some? Jack, if I was to have, this is going to take some time, if I was to open up some audience of citizens for all other matters other than the bond, and then I can take some comments and put them back up here when they're ready. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, to avoid any downtime, which is unfair to many of you, unfair to all of us, I know that some of you are here for reasons other than this bond tonight. Mr. Bradbury, this is a document just brought in tonight. I'm sorry that it's not out there. Obviously, it didn't even get all the way around this side of the board. I don't want you to leave tonight, those of you that care, without that document, so it's going to take some time to make that option 1 and option 2. So some of you are here for other reasons. There's no reason for you to sit like this all night waiting for that to happen. We're going to have 2 opportunities now then for audience of citizens. For those of you that wish to come to the podium to speak about any other matter other than this bond, we'll invite you up to do that. We need your name and address and your comments on any other area. When these gentlemen are ready with the additional copies for those of you that wish to stay, please do so. We'll hear that presentation. There'll be another audience of citizens for purposes of the bond and those finances. So if that helps you any, in order to keep this meeting running, that's what we'll do. Any members of the audience that wish to come forward and give your name and address and question or make comment on other matters, why don't we start lining up down this side of the wall if we can, and please feel free to come forward. And again, there will be another audience of citizens after the finance presentation. Okay. Mrs. Hood, I think you get to go first. Come on around, folks. Oh, what is it, Mrs. Hood?
I have visuals.
Okay.
Visuals. Bees, lots of them. My name is Susan Kwiatkowski. I'm part of the support staff at A.M. Culp Elementary School. I love my kids. I haven't met any of you board members, but I know I spoke to a lot of you on the telephone. Actually haven't heard back, and Mr. Mosey, I'm a little disappointed with what I've been hearing. We did send a petition to 4 of the board members in November, and it's been 7 months, I guess, right? No one has personally gotten back to me about it. I was directed by, I have everything written down, but if I look at your name, I will remember. Mr. Allen had suggested I call Mr. Strobel. 4 times no return phone calls. So I thought at the time he was in charge of building maintenance, but now I guess Mr. Mosey is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Mosey, I read an article that you had written, or that they quoted you as saying, which was in a newspaper, so we don't know how accurate any of that is, but it did say that we wanted to move a dumpster. Well, the dumpster is, I really wish Mr. Mosey would come to our school because the dumpster is not the problem here. The problem is we have no screens on any of the windows in any of the school, except we do have a screen by the dumpster in the back door of our cafeteria. We do have screens on the top windows in our cafeteria. We just don't have screens anywhere else. In September, October, and November, we had children stung in the face. These bees right here are crawling on their peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. They are crawling inside their juices. It is a very frightening thing for the children, for myself. I arm myself with these for 5 of the months of the year that I work at A.M. Culp Elementary, and that's pretty sad. We need screens. Desperately, we need screens. We have 9 known allergy cases of kids in our school that if they're stung, we've got to get them their EpiPens or whatever. Last year I was stung 3 times inside the cafeteria doing this off their food, and I've had it. I've been there a really long time, and I really think we need an addendum or an amendment or whatever you want to call it. We need screens really badly. If this board can't pass something like that, you need to give me some direction. No one called me back. No one let me know. It was like I did this and nobody cared. I need some answers. I need to know if either home and school can do this. I need to know if I can do a fundraiser. I will do anything to get screens on our school to take care of our kids. Anybody going to talk to me or no?
I will talk to you. I'm sorry, your name was?
Susan Kwitowski.
Ms. Kortowski, first of all, I never received a phone call from you or anyone at the school. I never received a phone call from the parent. Okay. Secondly, I did not see your petition until the March committee meeting. Now, where it was since November, I have no idea.
Oh, it's with your other board members, sir.
Well, nobody brought it to my attention. And when I first saw it, and Mr. Wood will attest to the fact, and Mr. Allen, and anyone else was in my committee meeting, we started to proceed immediately. As I told you, it has been on the agenda for it'll be the 3rd month next month. And my concern is, I know it's a problem because my daughter's allergic to bees as well, so I know it's a bad situation.
It's scary.
It is scary.
Very.
And we will address it, but I just want to make sure that whatever we do, it corrects the problem, that we don't, put screens fine, but if people are leaving doors open. In fact, Mr. Wood told me he went by the school today and the doors were wide open. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Wood.
Mr. Strobel was
Mr.
there
Wood,
yesterday.
let me just finish one more thing. I did get in touch with Mr. Wood last week, and I spoke to him again this week to try to get over to your school, and he told me that he was just swamped with the NAP situation with the high school, but we will get over there. I promise you I will get there.
What if we lose a kid?
I just want to tell you that my concern is that whatever we do it correctly, we do it the first time, and we do it right. We
And
keep
I-
revisiting the problem.
And I
What good
appreciate.
does it do to put screens on all the windows if they're leaving doors open?
We don't have air conditioning. We need
Well, I know,
air.
but if you're leaving a bigger opening for bees to come in than you are through a window.
Well, then we need to put screens on the doors
Well,
too.
then perhaps that's what we'll do.
You know, if that's
what we'll do.
feasible, I didn't think it was.
Well,
But we've been
you
trying
know,
to keep the doors
whatever
closed.
we do, we will do, but
In the meantime, we don't have air conditioning. We're not
I
asking for air.
I
We're asking for
understand.
screens. We
I
all have
understand that.
screens in our home.
Well, I just want
I
you to
mean-
know that I have not received any phone calls. The information I have been getting is through my committee meetings and basically through the administration. And secondly,
You never got the petition till
I did not
March.
see your petition until March.
Okay.
And
Well-
I have been addressing it because you can look back to the minutes of our meetings, and it has been in our agenda since I found out about it.
And I guess no one else felt to call or anything about it, correct?
No, I don't know about feeling to call. I mean, I thought since I was looking into it and we were addressing it, I did not know I owed anyone a phone call. I am not afraid to call anyone back. I know there are people in the 2.5 years I've been on the board that have called me about numerous situations. I've taken the phone calls, I've gotten back to them. I'm not hiding from anybody, and I'm not hiding from this situation.
Okay,
Mr. President,
that's great.
Announce again the meeting date and time for specifically this agenda item.
The meeting will be next Tuesday night, which I believe is the 26th, at 4 o'clock.
And we're going to discuss the bees then?
It's on the agenda to be
It's
discussed,
been on for the last, what,
It's been on the
3?
last 3 meetings.
Okay, but come September and October and November, are we going to have screens on our building?
We have to see what we can do to correct it. If it requires screens, yes.
It will be. So
It
if it's not in,
requires
because I'm reading this budget and I don't see it, and I don't see Culp anywhere in there, and I just want to make sure.
The budget will not be finalized until the end of June. And I told at the last committee meeting, I made that statement that we still have time to add this to the budget.
Okay, I'm counting on you. I need screens.
Well, I'm just telling you that we will do whatever it takes to correct the situation of totality.
Can you let me know if there isn't anything you can do?
If
Because
you-
I will do
You
something.
can't attend the meeting?
I can.
Okay.
When
If
is it?
not, then if you get a break, you leave me your phone number, and I'll be more than happy to call.
That'd be great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Mrs. Hood.
I'm Barbara Hood, and I live in 9 Lexington. I want to support Mrs. K. We call her Mrs. K because she takes care of our children at lunchtime, and she does a wonderful job, and she's very caring and loving with our kids. And the bees are bad. I was there, I volunteer a lot of hours, so I see what happens. There were children at our picture day when they were stung in the face, and they weren't in the lunchroom. They came through the windows, not open doors. And she cares. For her, it takes a lot of courage to do what she's doing. A lot of parents don't want to get into that because it's too much of a bother. But she does. She cares, and she wants something happen, not for her, but for the children. Another thing is I also want to thank the people who have helped us for this class trip that we're taking to Washington, D.C., and we're really excited about it because it's the first thing we've done. And your support staff here, the secretaries, and all the help that they have given us, and the principals and the teachers supporting us so we could have a safe trip to Washington, D.C. But the people who work here help me and the committee, the moms, to go to, so we do it the right way. And I just think you should know what a wonderful support staff you have in this building. And thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hood. Those very kind remarks. Mrs. Giles.
I'm Deborah Cheney Giles. I'm from Tomlinson Township. I only have one question. I wanted to know if we were going to get incentive money back based on the PSSA scores this summer. I think it works out to about $4 per student. Are we anticipating any of it?
We don't know yet.
Okay.
Terrific. Thank you.
We hope.
We hope.
That we do.
Mrs. Giles will keep you posted.
Yes, we will.
Through Dr. Robinson. Yes, young man.
All right, my name is John Allen, and I'm from Hatfield, PA. All right, and I just heard about how you're thinking about taking the middle school sports away.
Oh, no, not me.
No.
Not me.
Madam President, may I address that because that was introduced
Well, wait a
in
minute.
finance.
The young man has the floor. Go.
Well,
All right, and like I'm in 6th grade, and I'm going to 7th grade next year. And like when I heard about it, I talked to a lot of my friends about it, and I know they would all be really mad, and it would be a real big disappointment. And like that's one of the main things I'm looking forward to when I go to Penfield. And like I want to play basketball, and I know they'll like when I get to high school, if we don't have sports in the middle school, then we won't be ready to compete in the high school.
That's right.
So it won't be that good. And like if we don't have good high school teams, then people aren't going to want to come, and you're not going to be able to make any money on the tickets.
That's right. I think that's the least of our concerns. Seeing you active and involved and participating in school means far more to us than the ticket sales. They are small in comparison to your success. Yeah, I don't blame you for being mad if such a thing were to happen, and I would join you among the angry people. I would be a she-bear if there were 5 votes to end middle school sports as we know them today. There are board members here that voted to expand middle school sports. If you might not remember, you were young when we went to 7, 8, and 9 at Penfield, Pembroke, and Penndale, and that was a big jump that we had taken at that time and knew that it would help fortify and build our high school sports teams and character of young people. So if that were to happen, it would require somebody to put that on the floor. Somebody would have to second that, and 5 people would have to vote against middle school sports by person.
Right now, all of these there was a list made of areas that we could possibly look at.
Right.
And these items were brought before the budget committee the other night. I believe none of us wanted to touch this.
Okay.
And these items, to my knowledge, are still in there. I know there were some questions about some of them, but this hasn't been touched, and this is the first I've ever heard of that.
Middle school sports are still in this budget. I have a good feeling that they're going to stay there, the middle school sports. Matter of fact, also in the budget, which may take individual line votes tonight, are the area to expand the athletic program for ice hockey, lacrosse, extended library hours at the middle school, adjust compensation for support staff, and a full-time security officer position. So those are 4 areas that might be taking a line vote tonight within this budget. But middle school sports is not up for that line vote, nor is there a recommendation from finance to cut it. Okay. Make you feel better? Okay. Can I have your full name and just your full name?
John William Allen.
John William Allen? Okay. Is that your?
Madam President?
Is that your son? I didn't know that was your son. You should be very proud. You've done a very fine job. You're going to grow up and be like your dad someday. If there's going to be a cut, you might be one of the first people to hear about it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Allen.
You mean you could have made him feel more comfortable about that?
That
You
was your
didn't
child.
tell him.
Before this continues, I have now heard 3 people address this rumor about the middle school sports. Quite frankly, I'll tell you, we were astute enough to know that the rumors would be flying as soon as we saw it on a sheet of paper presented by the administration. There were quite a few members present at the finance committee that says, there's a bear trap for you. And it was, something that never really went into any great detail. The district, the administration could not even say whether it meant that it was an over-allocation in spending rather than a reduction in services that the $200,000 represented. And quite frankly, we as a committee have been responsible in that we needed to know what was the impact of each of the items that were placed on the list for us. And those answers weren't there. And for anyone to assume any definition behind a dollar figure that the administration itself just did not explain what a $200,000 student activity reduction was really all about. But it's not been moved forward by committee.
And Mr. Allen should stop telling his children boogie bean stories. No boogie bean. Mrs. Clark.
Karen Clark, Montgomery Township. I want to comment on Monday's meeting and the controversy that followed. Pat reminded everyone at the beginning of the meeting that he had a VOTEC meeting at 8. Frank announced then that he intended to leave then too. That would have shut down the meeting because only Vicki would have been left from the committee. Later, when Frank got frustrated and angry with the questions from everyone, he threw his...
Not true.
Yes, you did. You threw your usual tantrum, you engineered an argument with Sharice, and you got to walk out again, unfairly causing Pat not to go to his VOTEC meeting. The subsequent spin that was in the paper about you're being worried about the number of board members participating being in violation of the Sunshine Law is ridiculous, since you sit on a technology committee that has 5 members, and I've never heard that you voiced any concern about its size or other board members who regularly attend those meetings and participate. When Mr. Bartle first introduced and explained this new committee process, he stated that it would provide better opportunities for all board members to participate. The problem is not how many board members attend public meetings. The problem is how many board meetings might attend private functions where district business might be discussed. At the very first finance meeting in January, when I asked Dr. Bose why the meetings were not being taped, it was you, Frank, who said that if an NPTV camera came into the room, you would walk out and refuse to participate because you were not going to hang around until midnight with audience questions. I can't prove it because the meeting wasn't taped. Because it is so important to document the work of the committees, I'm requesting again that all committee meetings be taped and played on NPTV for everyone's protection and everyone's peace of mind.
Mr. Don, do you want to rebut?
No comment.
Mrs. Handerman.
The calla lilies are in bloom, so I decided to come out. My name is Adrian Handerhan. from North Wales. And with the new rules and regulations, are there any other pertinent information necessary, like DNA, Social Security, or anything? I try to stay abreast, but I have not been to the last few meetings. So is that all you need, still my name and address? Okay. Now, I would like to, this was not planned, but I would like to speak about Monday night's meeting before it gets before the United States Supreme Court. Now, I find this, I was so mad myself, and I'm still very angry that I could spit, because I find it incomprehensible that in the middle of spending 117, 18, whatever it is, $1 million, and some of it's my money, I've got to sit and listen to an elected official worry who's sitting in what chair. Now, I admire Mrs. Krieger for taking the time to come to these meetings, and I would compliment anybody who does that. I was a little disappointed. I fully expected a buffet spread at 5:30 in the afternoon. Then I realized that our hostess is no longer with us, the Pearl Mesta. So I sat there, and then I had to listen to who's sitting in my chair. I find it demeaning, as far as I was concerned, having to sit there and listen to this. I would hope that whoever is responsible for the, I suppose, I won't say rules and regulations, but the manner would get this straightened out. We have a lot of clubs. Perhaps one in how to work at a meeting would be sufficient. I have watched politics from the ground level right straight up to the federal government, and I saw nothing like that. And I've never experienced anything like that. And I personally don't want to see it happen again. And all of this, and none of it can be taped, none of it at all. That's number one. And number two, I want to know if there's any criteria at the present time for the formation of clubs in this school district. Don't all speak at once. Is there one? A policy? A policy? I guess you call it a policy.
Well, recommendations of clubs or review of existing clubs goes through extra duty, and it's usually a recommendation or an issue that's brought up through, the principals at either the middle school or the high school level. And those requests for clubs go through curriculum. Now, if they're an outside organization, as we had with the North Penn lacrosse and the North Penn ice hockey, they are outside bona fide organizations in their own right that wished to be enjoined and participate on a parity level with other sports in North Penn. Should we, as a board, approve North Penn lacrosse this evening and a contribution to administrative costs to the North Penn ice hockey, then they would be part of our extracurricular activities under the auspices and all regulations of the North Penn School District, and then a part of curriculum.
Well, how does one form how is a club reach a point where we, as a school district, using public money, education money, where we fund that? How does it reach that point?
They are clubs in our school that, because of student interest of one sort or another, I have.
That's, okay, let's stop right there a minute. Student interest, you get 5 kids coming in and saying something to the principal, that we'd like to form a club. Do 5 children, I'm sorry, I have to apologize for the word kids, I try never to use that. 5 children come in, or students come in and say, we want to start a club, fine. I mean, who is the person at the high school who okays the clubs?
The high school principal.
High school
comes
principal.
forward with a recommendation. For example, recommended for the upcoming year, because of student interest ascertained at the school level through teachers, principals, etc. Is an automotive club, which...
You mean we have driver training?
No. Automotive club for students.
What's that?
An automotive club for students that have interest in cars. This is an opportunity for tech students to be involved in clubs in their interest areas. Computer club, Indian cultural club, photography club, and the Hispanic club. And if there is a very small amount of students in terms of participation, when they have a sign up for the club, then it could be diminished at that point.
Well, I'm very concerned about this. Number one, no one knows, and it's not listed in the budget, what the total cost is. Total, insofar as, in other words, you get a sheet of paper like this, like I received at the finance meeting the other night, and there's no total on this. These clubs are proliferating at a tremendous rate. My second concern is, and I think I had heard that somebody was going to look into this legally, you have, particularly in the sports area, maybe not the auto club, for example, they may be sitting there. On the other hand, they could be looking at a car and the car could fall on the student. The potential is there for multi-million-dollar lawsuits. When you're dealing with a club that's outside the jurisdiction, I'm not trying to take your position here as a lawyer, but it seems to me that every time you turn around, somebody breaks their fingernail and they sue somebody for $1 million. And I'm concerned that tax money will eventually perhaps go for something like this. This area should have strong, stringent rules and regulations also. And I would like to see this particular thing, these things in place before somebody. Ice hockey is a very, very competitive sport, as is lacrosse. And I'm very concerned about this. I don't want to really get on this. I want two other questions here. But I do wish, Mrs. Bengal, that we could do the things and then move on. We always seem to be running around like, look, boy, there's a hole in the dike there. Plug it up. If we could do this before, I had asked about this responsibility, legal responsibility.
We took care of that because of that request coming up at a committee meeting. We had the U.S. Hockey Association send us their general counsel, send us legal letter to our council that because they're a 501c3 and we would make a donation to the administrative cost of that club. Keep in mind, there's 4 teams, approximately 60 boys that we will be able to offer to our children for $8,000. I wish we could get football for $8,000. We have offsetting letters that provide that there is no liability in that way because they're a 501c3, but we'd be a party to a suit because we were a donator.
Right.
On the other hand, the boys lacrosse is a team that will come under the full umbrella. It's not a donation. We will take them on as a varsity sport, and they would be, if it's approved, by the board, and they would be a bona fide sport with the full umbrella, not a donation.
Well, I have no quarrel, and I'm firmly in support of this type of thing. But I think it should be done and done properly and all angles covered before the movement is made. It's easy to do what we're doing. A few thousand here, a few thousand there. But I've got a few years on most people here, an awful lot of years. And I can tell you that the concern does not lessen. And I think that also the teams, there will be more people participating. And I just think that we do something and it should be overall. I know it's difficult to plan in this district. I mean, long-range planning is 30 days. But I do wish an effort would be made to do this. And I think that the more people that are involved in sports, the better that we have. But I also would hope, as far as other clubs are concerned, that maybe, and I know that this is something that is probably out of sight, but I do think that in certain areas, some of the clubs are very discriminatory insofar as a student, because it is not held at some point during the school day within the school hours. If they work after school, if they have jobs or whatever, they're not allowed to participate in some of the clubs. Therefore, the clubs should be looked at in 2 specific areas. They should be looked at as far as sports are concerned, which of course is after school activities, and they should be looked at other things. these cameras in this room, I do believe, are part of the future. And this is a club. This should be part of the curriculum, somewhere along the line. I don't know, we may have to hire a teacher.
Mrs. Sanderhan, Mr. Allen had wanted to address something.
Adrian?
Yes.
As far as a club starting, there is a procedure.
Oh, thank God.
And what it is kids will show an interest in a particular club, and it is their responsibility to then find a sponsor within the school, and then they operate unofficially for a year. If at the end of the year that they have shown that they will be a viable club for enough children, they then apply to become, quote, an official club. And there's also a procedure for canceling clubs when there is not enough support from students. So there is a procedure. It's not automatic.
Oh,
you
good.
must show that there is support, meaning number of children who want to do it. And your car club is for people that want to fix cars up to show them. It's not guys getting underneath and nuts and bolts. It's for show cars.
Do we have qualified mechanics or whatever that are going to teach them?
It's their cars. They're going to do what they want. Just going to do it as a group.
You mean just kind of fool around?
With a teacher to help them and guide them, and they're going to...
Well, is the teacher qualified is what I'm saying? Or is he just a car buff?
I have no idea. It really doesn't matter to me as long as they're being supervised and they're safe. If he can help them or not, that's their concern, not mine. They're just going to show the car. That's all they want to do. Polish it, put on fancy stuff, and put them in a car show. It's not a safety issue, and it's up to them. If they enjoy doing it without a teacher that knows what's doing, that's their business. But if they want to do it, there's enough kids to do it, and if there's a teacher willing to take his time and support them, supervise them, I think we should support them.
Now, that is held after school?
Yes.
You realize if you refinish cars, you're not fooling around with buckets of water. I mean, you've got explosive materials here again. This is what I'm saying. I just have a feeling there's an awful bunch of loose ends out there, and some of the students are not getting the full benefit of it, plus the fact that the potential here, we'll have keep the law firms busy for years if we don't watch ourselves. I'm very concerned about the whole club setup, and I wish now with the budget and everything, I understand it's a bad time of the year, but I do wish that somebody would sit down and maybe working with the personnel in the district, hopefully some administrators and some teachers, and lay some of these things out so that even the students know a little bit more about them. And I can understand, and I'm pleased from what Bill told me, that at least there are some rules and regulations. And there's one other thing that I wanted to ask about, and is the technology expert here? I guess not. Patsy Klein or whatever. Mrs. Klein, Miss Klein. I wanted to ask, I have seen this in the local papers, that there's two ways to go in technology, either lease or buy. Stop me if I'm being stupid here because I'm not too sure. But at the end of 4 years, we can, if we lease, at the end, I believe it's 4 years, is that correct? We can buy?
Yeah, we have an option.
An option to buy? Wouldn't they be obsolete? Why would we be buying obsolete computers?
That's possible. It depends on how they're being used and how the technology has moved in the years. That's an option we could take at that time, make that decision at that time.
Oh, you can wait till the 4th year before you decide to buy them, and then you would find out if they're obsolete or not?
Yes, we can make that decision at the last minute.
Right. And I also want to compliment the TV people that they took Martha Stewart off the air, or the local Martha Stewart, off of that television thing, the channel. I also want to say that at the meeting on Monday night, I was a little concerned about the fact that some of the material was not available to the public, and we got bits and pieces in it. But one of the sheets that were passed out, and I'm mentioning this because this is being done by highly qualified, highly paid administration. And on here, one of the children, boys just spoke to this. It has North Penn High School athletics, 7th and 8th grade athletics, other projects, and a grand total of $200,000. That's not broken down. There's no way, I said at that meeting, wondering how much we would save if they cut out North Penn High School athletics, and how much they would save if they cut out 7th and 8th grade athletics. In proportion to the technology that this district's talking about and entering into, we get less and less. I find it, I'd almost say, amusing at this point. There's nothing I, as an individual, can do about it. But in relation to the tremendous things we have available to us, there are less and less things available, as far as we're concerned, at the meetings. And I have to come up here and eventually spend some money to get things that I think should be clipped. This, I would prefer not to see this again. And I guess Mrs. Deddy had handed it out, and I don't know what reason there was given for that. But number one, I don't see how the Finance Committee, all due respect to Mrs. Scher, who is very up on this, there was no way for her or any other member sitting in that room to know how much would be saved if we eliminated this. And also 7th and 8th grade. And this should be dealt with tonight. Whatever you're going to do on these athletics, it's one of the oldest games in the book. And I resent, as a taxpayer in this district, that being used again. It's a typical Philadelphia tactic. It's used time and time again. Things get tight. The budget gets a little sticky. We're going to cut, and we're going to cut athletics. And boy, the community marches on you like Grant took Richmond. Don't do that. You decide tonight whether you're going to cut athletics. You're not. Meanwhile, you've got everybody upset. I don't know why. There's other areas that you can cut. And I just am very concerned about that. And I had requested at the finance meeting, which of course was not televised, that this type of thing not be used. I should think with all the technology and all the $85, $80, $60, $70, $80, $90,000 salaries, you should come up with some new gimmicks. This stuff is like, we're going with the wind again. But thank you very much for your time, but I do wish, I'm very concerned about the clubs, and I would hope that Bill, working with the people there, that we can really hone that down as fine as we possibly can, as far as the future clubs are concerned. I'm concerned that I have been tracking this. I have not been to the meetings, but I've been tracking this school district very closely, and I cannot equate hardly anything on the curriculum side. We're moving ahead with the clubs, with the sports, particularly the sports. I was concerned what happened there with the coach. That was handled with all the finesse of Attila the Hun, that firing of the coach and hiring Mr. Pettin. And it has just increased and increased and increased, and there's nothing on the other side to compensate. And I'll give you a classic example and close with this. You have Japanese 1 and Japanese 2. That was put into this school district 7, 8 years ago, whatever it was. By all that's holy, and I've talked to some of your personnel, that should have gone down to the 10th grade and 9th grade, same as French and German, and it hasn't. That's why you have the drop from Japanese 1 to Japanese 2. That should have, if you're really and truly interested in moving ahead in this district, you should be dropping something like that down to the 8th grade level. And the two Japanese ones, they're still laying there like two dead fish in Salton Sea, just flop. There's been no effort made, and I would hope that somewhere along the line we can kind of balance this out with some new academic courses. The balance is becoming, in my opinion, very, very lopsided. and I think most of you on this board know how I feel about academics. I think sports are fine, and I disagree with Bill Allen to some extent, only in one small area, and that is, I would hope that we would strive in this district to keep the students actively involved and wanting to stay in school because of academics as well as the clubs. I understand Bill's thrust and where you're coming from to keep the students interested, but by the same token, we've got the money. It's how you're spending it. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. I know I went way over, but I thought I had a couple of months coming to
I'll never
me.
hear the end of it. Everyone's going to want their
Well,
20 minutes.
I guess the man's back here.
Mrs.
Oh,
Penniman wants 20 minutes? Oh.
I do want to just pay one compliment, which isn't, I don't do this very often, but I would like to compliment the maintenance people in this school district for the job that they do. The schools are, other than those bees, the schools are an asset to every community that they're in. I've worked with the maintenance people, and over the years, they're polite, they're nice, and God, thank God, they know their job. I only wish that could be permeated throughout the entire district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Bradbury and folks are ready, but Mrs. Penniman, I know you've been standing there. Go right ahead. Okay, and then I see that there are lacrosse and hockey folks in the back. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe lacrosse and hockey is going to go on the floor tonight for a line item vote that was requested by board members. So if you want to save your comments for that or take them now, it's up to you. Who's ever here to represent that. Mrs. Penniman.
Thank you. Bobby Penniman, Lansdale Borough. I want to talk about equity, parity, democracy in action. I was at the Monday meeting too, and if the antics at that meeting are regularly scheduled events, as indeed they sometimes seem to be, our television ratings would soar if those meetings were televised. We all know that high ratings equal high advertising rates. So here we have an interesting situation, an excellent opportunity, sell some advertising on a highly viewed community channel and ease some budget woes at the same time. But on a more serious note, truly, I would like to ask, I know I shouldn't speak personally to board members, but I really must ask Mr. O'Donnell why at the beginning of the meeting on Monday did he invite Mr. Allen to come up to sit at the table with the rest of the board, with the rest of the committee, if he felt only committee members and interested administration members should sit at the table. He waved to Mr. Allen twice to encourage him to come forward. And this was when Mr. Allen appeared ready, comfortable to sit in the audience. I'm not sure why he would want Mr. Allen at the table if not to participate in some degree. So when Mrs. Krieger wants to participate to some degree by asking a question, I just can't understand why that's not permitted. I feel there's a double standard, and that's inappropriate. I'm not trying to belabor those very entertaining events of Monday night, but I'd rather make another point altogether. I attend as many committee meetings as possible. Finance and technology are my principal interests, as you well know, but I also try to attend others, curriculum, community relations. Each meeting that I attend that's handled by a different committee head is handled in a different way. There's a different order of business. The participation of the audience for questions and dialogue is handled differently. I think it's admirable that we allow our committee heads some autonomy in handling their committees, but I would like to see some consistency. To have audience members wait until an entire night's work is completed before audience participation is permitted, as at least one committee that I have attended does, presents a very difficult situation. If there's another meeting looming at 6 p.m. following that meeting, if the meeting runs long, that might only allow a very short window for audience participation. There's certainly much more efficiency when the audience is enabled to participate during the process. We can concentrate on the topic at hand. We don't have to jump back and forth. I would like to suggest to the entire board that a policy be established to create some structure for committee meetings so that we can have a consistent format and everyone will understand when they're permitted to speak and when they are not. The second subject that I want to talk about tonight is clubs. And I feel as though if we have money in our budget for sports clubs activities such as hockey and lacrosse, we need to find the money for the 5 clubs that were proposed in that curriculum meeting that I attended. Mrs. Krieger said in that meeting that it was too late in the budget process for the administration to be bringing new requests to the budget table, and therefore she would not bring those clubs to the board for consideration. Now, I've used my own words and paraphrased what I heard happen at that meeting. I think there's a tape somewhere. No, there isn't a tape for that one. Later that same night, a different committee meeting, community relations, we heard a request, very eloquent and very well prepared, to request significant funding for 2 new sports. Even though we were later on in the budget process, 2 hours later, those items were brought forward and are included in the budget being considered tonight. Where is the equity? It was too late for computers, Hispanic, photography, auto, and Indian Cultural Club, but not too late for sports. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Those were 5 clubs, in my understanding, that met the requirements that Mr. Allen just described. They found a group of people who wanted to participate, obtained sponsors, and presented a year's program that was felt to be a viable beginning for a club. I don't know how many students want to participate in those 5 clubs. I've tried to obtain that information. I've called the ESC several times. I've visited the ESC at least once, and I have been unable to find out how many students want to participate in those 5 clubs. But I'm fairly certain that for nominal advisor costs of $987 for each club, we got a lot of bang for our buck. Perhaps those clubs don't generate the North Penn pride Mr. Sherpinski and many others, including myself, like to refer to. Maybe they don't generate excitement, but they are just as important to their constituents as sports are to theirs.
Mrs. Penniman, if I may interrupt you, I think sports are unnecessarily taking a thumping tonight.
No, not at all, Ms. Mengel.
But one moment.
I want
Do you
parity.
remember this same evening? I was at that committee meeting?
Yes, I do.
What did I say to you?
The committee did not bring the clubs forward. You said you supported them.
Right, and I, as board president, am aware that there are more support for these clubs than just my own vote. I believe there are more than 5. They're in my hand tonight, and between tonight and the June adoption, this will come forward, and I believe there's 5 votes for this. I believe there's at least 5 board members that have made a commitment that when we defeated that horrendous race in '95 on the second high school, and that cost would not be absorbed by this community, we agreed then that we recognize the large district, and that if we're not going to have another building, then let's extend diverse and different opportunities for students to participate. There are at least 5 board members willing to stick to that commitment. And we are looking at lacrosse, we're looking at hockey, we're looking at these 5 clubs. We're looking at additional fields because we believe that the best way to offset a large high school is to provide the opportunities, the different academic courses. Tonight, in this budget is 1,000 computers to be agreed to be put into the hands of the students next year. We're doing a lot. So I think your fear in the area of these clubs is a bit unfounded. And if something doesn't come out of committee or recommended by a committee, it doesn't mean that the rest of the board dies.
I'm doing my job as an interested citizen, knowing that those items were not coming out of committee, I appreciate very much that you were supportive, you as an individual, but coming out of that meeting, it wasn't at all clear that there were 5 board members who would vote with you. So I'm very pleased to hear that tonight, because I think this is really important. And I don't ever mean to denigrate sports, because, my goodness, I don't look like it, but I was a jock way back in those years. I'm a geek now, so I can relate to everybody.
I think you look fine.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Okay. Do you feel
I never want the sports to be eliminated from, that was never part of my consideration. I just want equal consideration to activities that don't receive, that might not be receiving equal opportunity. And you took all the words out of my mouth about the second high school, and we're on the same wavelength there, so I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Penn. Mrs. Abrams.
Real brief, Linda Abram, Upper Gwinnett. I too want to just speak briefly about the possible avenue for the board to consider with regards to our committee structure. I realize that, in my opinion, this is still a work in progress, but I do feel that we need to establish some consistency between committees as to when there are audience of citizens. I do think it's difficult to wait till the end, and I agree with Mrs. Penniman that sometimes if the committee meetings go long as one curriculum meeting did, it seems like we don't have enough time to possibly address all of the audience questions that might appear. Not many of us come, but we do have legitimate questions. So that's not the only one that sometimes that happens to. So I would expect that maybe we could look at that. As we have committees of the wholes on our Tuesday nights, do we not have audience of citizens after specific topics, as I recall us doing?
But that's because as board president, I chair that meeting, and my leadership style is different than some of the chairs of their committees.
Okay.
Mrs. Penniman was right that there is autonomy there. There's been no hard, set, fast rules provided to committees. But one of the things that I had done this week was talk to Solicitor Bartle about the opportunity allowed under executive session for boards to do a self-assessment. Separate from a self-assessment of the board as it interacts with one another and as it conducts business, separate over here could be another session, whether it's a committee in itself, to discuss a better way to run the committees. If it requires the necessity of policy, then it would go to community relations to discuss that. It shouldn't have to be brain surgery. Every municipal government around runs by committee.
Right,
This
exactly.
isn't supposed to be hard.
Right. We're not reinventing the wheel here. This is done by a lot of other people.
If we need a training, or if we need lessons in common courtesies or whatever, then we'll see what we can do about finding that. But your points, both ladies, are well taken.
Okay.
And I agree.
Okay, thanks.
Madam President, I'd like to point something out, if I may. In a letter to this board, I was sent to Dr. Bose, and I think it was copied to all board members, dated January 27th, 1998, Mr. Bartle did explain procedure and policy for conducting a board meeting, committee meetings.
Well, maybe he has to do it in person now.
I don't know.
Well, can I add something to that conversation? Because I know what Linda's saying. When you come to community relations, I mean, the topics that we're dealing with policy might be 3 or 4 policies. It's easy for me as the chairman of that committee to take comment on each policy individually. But when you deal with other issues like facilities, where they might be dealing with 100 different topics, I think it would be a little bit hard to take comment on every individual topic afterwards. So we can look at the policy and try to establish some type of ground rules for it. But every committee deals in different things and different topics. Policy for me is very simple because it's a written policy that we can make comment on.
But even with regards to facilities, the meetings that I have been at, there have been very clear areas of discussion. For instance, we discussed the bees. We discussed the high school. There was opportunity for us to ask questions because they're very specific to that area.
Not all committees are like that.
I understand that, but I think many of the committees have areas of discussion that are autonomous unto themselves and very distinct. And I'm not suggesting that they all necessarily be the same. I just think that sometimes there needs to be consideration for the audience participation for those of us that do attempt to attend. So that's it. Thanks.
Madam President?
Mrs. Abrams, thank you.
I just wanted to interject that that was one of the reasons why curriculum and instruction felt that we needed to move to a night all on our own. In the beginning, we followed community relations and technology, then we went before community relations and technology, and now we're encroaching on their time because of the number of items and the variety of items that we have to discuss. So that is why a different night, a night of the month that no other committee is meeting, that's why that night was chosen for curriculum and instruction, and I'm hoping that that will allay any concerns about not enough time for the audience and citizens.
Okay, student cameraman, Mr. Schwartz, how are we for time? What do I have?
We have another hour.
Another hour?
You switch tapes already?
Don't tell them that. Come on.
We need a break.
Two minutes.
Ms. Downey, hour for?
They missed the first hour. We have to do it
Yes,
again.
my name is Karen Daphne, and I live in Talminson Township, and I have a son in the hockey program. I am a hockey mom, and anybody in this room is associated with hockey knows what a hockey mom is. But I just want to say thank you to the board for the consideration and possibly the funding that you can give the hockey program. I also want to emphasize the fact that our boys, the majority of our boys are honor roll students. So academics are very, very much and very important to these boys as well as to the parents. And these boys are very proud of wearing the North Penn jersey. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Madam President, we have bond counsel.
I'm Roy Powell. I live in Upper Gwinnett Township, and got a couple quick question issues. I do not intend to address language diversity issues in the classroom, so I'll try to keep this short. Two things I've been looking for. I head up a Year 2K compliance project with the corporation that I'm with, and I was looking for the technology plan. I'm curious as to whether or not the school district has addressed the Year 2K issues in their technology plan to review their operating systems and their current PC compliances.
Yes.
Mr. Shabinsky, you want to field that while Mrs. Day is out?
Yeah, unfortunately Debbie's not here that can handle it either, but yes, we have addressed that.
That has been
with all
addressed
the-
in the technology
all of the-
issue?
Yes.
Okay. I was unable to find a copy of that plan or find any reference to it.
I'll make sure you get one tomorrow if you leave your name with John. Or here comes Mrs. Klein now. Make sure you contact Mrs. Klein. She'll be
Okay.
able to, he needs a copy of our technology plan forwarded to him.
Okay. That was the first issue. The second one was on the environmental and the removal of the oil tanks. In the proposal, the one contractor withdrew because of the contamination and 500 tons of contaminated soil. The other contractors didn't exactly spell out the reclaim process that's identified with the contaminated soil.
Mr. Wood is not here, but my understanding was that the first contractor withdrew because when he made his bid, he did not take that into consideration.
And you believe that the other...
Consequently, yeah, he said a $69,000 bid for each tank.
Do you believe that the other contractors covered that?
Yes, they did.
Yes,
Mr. Wood,
they
it
did
is in the specs, and that's why there was such a, because we first got the bids, this man quoted $69,000 for each tank. And we thought, gee, that's really great, that's gonna come in like $180,000, $186,000. And then, when he had 48 hours to withdraw his bid.
He did do that.
And he withdrew it because apparently he did overlook that portion of the bid. When I understand from Mr. Wood, this Full Moon contractor has considered that, it was in the specs.
Okay,
That's why, we've gone from 100 and some thousand to 290,000, so.
Well, the company that I work for also is in land development, shopping centers and grocery store development.
Right.
And we continually see contamination, soil contaminations that per incident hit $250,000.
Yep.
And there's restrictions and/or contract
Mr. Wood,
identifications.
When Mr. Wood returns, Madam President, if you will hold that question in abeyance for him to confirm that. But my understanding is that in the
talk with this
Full
gentleman
Moon's
specifically about
quotation,
that.
in Full Moon's contractors, the contracting company's quotation, contaminated soil has been considered.
Okay, and the last issue, I am also one of the parents from North Penn Ice Hockey. To address the issue of some of the questions that have come up on the floor, The proposal that has been put together and handed to the board and request for recognition is rather extensive. It covers the liability issues and many of the other issues that are in here. Our program runs from October through April, and the contrast in cost associated with running this program compared to some of the other clubs continues to escalate significantly. The funds that we're basically asking for are to cover our administrative and league registration costs to the extent that we can contribute approximately $120 per student that's in the program. The major issue that we're trying to get across with this is we want to get into a position where we can allow younger students to participate. It's pretty extensive as a parent to take a youngster that is in 7th and 8th grade and go out and spend the kind of money that it costs to outfit that youngster, only to have them give up the program in a short period of time. And we believe that by participation of the school district, we can encourage that a little bit better and try to build within the program. As it was indicated, over 20 of our students are honor roll students within North Penn School District. And we're pretty proud of that issue as well. However, we would like to piggyback on the school district's, basically their policies and recognition for student excellence and compliance with that. And we as a club, unless we are recognized by the school district, have a difficult time enforcing some of those things ourselves. It becomes a conflict. And we feel by having some additional backing in those areas, it'll help us manage the situation and manage the attendance of the program. So basically that's about it. If there's other issues to be addressed on the line item part, we'd like to speak again also, if that's possible.
Another audience of citizens after the final.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, sir.
Hi there, my name's Ken Kraus, North Wales. I come here wearing two hats tonight. One is Vice President of the North Penn Ice Hockey Association, and second as a parent, more importantly as a parent, whose son participates in the program. As you know, the board was very receptive to the proposal that we brought. I appreciate the board's review of this proposal and ask for your further support as we come through the hard part, which is actually spending the dollars. I wanted to remind the board that what we're really asking for is a very small amount of money. We're a club that could stand on our own, but because of our, the students' desires to be recognized as members of the North Penn athletic community, part of their school, they represent their school, and they feel that they don't have that, the ability to be recognized within the district. The financial aspect is we need to grow this program. Our demand for this sport is growing at a very, very rapid rate. And in fact, we're adding a JVB team this year. We already have just a few short of that next team. We would like to put another middle school team in place. The demand is there. It's a very popular sport. I won't kid you and say that it's a sport that is 100% liability-free. We know it's not, but we cover a great deal of insurance. We provided that insurance material to the board, and I think that issue should be put to rest. I also would like to let the board know that we have 65 students that will participate from September to March, which is the equivalent of 3 other sports. So they make a commitment that is far and above what most student athletes make to play their sport. Most student athletes participate for a 3 or a 4 month sport. Ice hockey, because of the skills required, takes a long time for a kid to develop. And we have excellent coaches on our program that are teaching the right things to the boys from a moral perspective as well as an athletic perspective. Academically, as was mentioned, our students compete very well, many of them in gifted programs and also on the honor roll. So we would like to ask the board to please carry this to conclusion, and thank you for your time.
That vote will be on the floor tonight. Yes, Mr.
Good evening, Jerry Vigilante, Hatfield Township. If I get to 5 minutes, I encourage you to cut me off.
Thank you.
I wanted to mention about the proclamations tonight. It is nice to see academic achievements along with the sports achievements. It seems that I could be wrong, but it seems we honor the athletes a lot more than we do the academics. It just is nice to see that. Also, I didn't notice in our agendas tonight, maybe I missed them, excuse me if I did, but I didn't see backgrounds for the principals. Are they normally in there, or are they missing tonight?
Any of you would like the resumes of the three individuals on the agenda? The board has them, but if any member of the public or the press would like them, Miss Liberoski, Christine, would you stand up? Has them, and we'd be glad to give them to you.
Are they normally, resumes normally put in our agendas for other hiring?
No, resumes are not.
Not resumes.
There's usually a background.
You can't put them.
I didn't
Well,
get
that's what I
bios,
mean.
huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's usually a
just
background on
something.
the applicant.
Yeah, that's
You're
what I
right,
thought.
it's not clear.
Okay, thank you. And also, I wanted to mention about the early intervention costs that we pay now. Early intervention is very important and could save, costs in special ed later in the education. I know it's an extra cost for us, but I think it's an important one, so I encourage that it be kept. Thank you.
I believe, Mr. Vigilante, that it's mandated, so regardless of the emotional or intellectual opinions of the board members, it doesn't matter. I think that's something we have to vote for, does it not, sir? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Ed Svetnoff, and as you can see, I'm the last one in line, so at least everyone should be happy that I'm up here now. I'm a proud parent of a son who participates in both the hockey club and lacrosse. I'm also the treasurer of the North Penn Ice Hockey Club, so I'm up here speaking on behalf of both of them. And you've heard people speak specifically about, some of the liabilities. You saw our proposal a while back in committee. And my son is a junior this year, and he will be a senior next year. So a year from now, I probably won't be as interested in seeing these sports grow as I am now, from a participating point of view. But if you look at these organizations now, and you look at the fact that there are approximately 115 student athletes participating in these two programs now, and with the hope and the objective of making them grow, you've got an opportunity to extend to all these young people a chance to participate in an activity that makes them proud to represent the school, allows them to do something that they may not normally be able to do because of the size of the school. So I ask you all to consider, when you get to this line item, not only the immediate impact of what you're doing, but the long-range impact to try to make this grow to represent the future student athletes who want to become involved with the North Penn High School. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we want to bring back focus to finance. Did you guys have fun? Did you get a technology lesson? Copy and paper. Okay. Mr. Bradbury, you're on deck, so if you want to proceed.
The board members have in front of them what is referred to as option 1. Option 1 involves, we'll go to Schedule 1, the refinancing of the series of 1993A bonds and the technology, or I call capital improvement project, but it's capital improvements to the school district. It involves the issuance of $9,575,000 of general obligation bonds. Under option 1, it's my understanding that if you went through with option 1, that you would be using funds from the Keenest Road project to call the series of 1990 and the series of 1993. I had previously given to the board on May 12th what debt service savings you get from doing that, which is approximately, in the next 7 years, $600 and some thousand a year. Overall, it totals $8,577,000 by the year 2010 school year ending.
Excuse me, Mr. Bradbury, where are you at?
I'm just
Oh, it's not on.
That's not on here. I gave it to the board
Okay,
at the May
all right.
12th meeting.
Okay. All right. I have that.
And that's part of this proposal, because you're saving that money because you're taking $6 million from Keenest Road, and the other part of it is what the savings that comes from doing this refunding. If you go to Schedule 3 of the proposal, the option 1 that you have in front of you, you see that you also save $77,000 this year. It then is basically a break-even total savings over the life of $88,000. That is option 1. Now, I have been asked by your solicitor to be prepared for an option 2. Somebody pass those guys, but this is option 2, which I made copies of as well.
We have copies of these, Bob?
The board members don't have copies of option 2, which I'm going to hand out.
It's like a magician, isn't he? He's got hats here and everything. It's great.
May I ask, when you were asked to prepare these, since we had a consensus when I last left this issue?
I was asked at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, so I was so I drove home last night. I prepared it on the computer last evening.
Going back again, okay.
But did you win?
Hole in one?
That's the same thing.
Hole in one? Atlantic City Golf Course?
All right.
He won the pink Cadillac.
On the little windmill one or the dinosaur?
Now, under option 2, I'm going to explain, it involves the issuance of $15,585,000 of general obligation bonds, as is shown on Schedule 1. The reason has to do with the refunding portion. We're still borrowing the same amount under the capital improvement program, but under the refunding portion, you'll see that we are now refunding the series of 1990, the series of 1993, and the Series A of 1993. So those bond issues are taken care of, and what is the savings that is accomplished with that? If you go to Schedule 6, you save $555,000 during the first year. It basically breaks even. It actually is $536 at the end, but $555 over the first year. You also are taking care of debt service, and if you remember, I took $6 million worth of funds from the Keenest project, and we put it into a debt service fund. That takes care of $625,000 in the early years, and over the life, it takes care of $8,795,000 for a savings of $200 and some thousand. But you are also saving $555,000 doing this refunding. First the 77 of the other one. I'm sorry if I didn't explain that correctly last week, but that was what that study shows, because on page 9 of the May 12th report, at the bottom it shows the 217 plus the refunding savings of $540,000 on that report.
Okay, well, see what had happened since your explanation the last time you were here was fine, but it was a lot for that one evening, a lot for the total board. When all the paperwork was taken back, I mean, every board member here wants to retire debt, and under both plans, we're going to retire debt. But under Plan 2, after reading the documents, some of us could not get around not going for the savings that are in Plan 2. How do we answer for that to the public? And being concerned about our fiduciary responsibilities, some of us placed calls to Solicitor Bartle, who
placed a call to me, and I
placed a call to you.
said that if I talked to Mr. Franklin last evening to whether we could do this, and we had advertised for the total of $16 million, and the answer was yes, that it could be done, should you decide to do it.
Mr. Bartle cleared up two things for me, which I appreciate when I had talked to him personally. you don't get around giving up those savings. They are real and they are true, and you don't give them, you can't make an explanation for it, you're just choosing not to go after them. That makes me nervous. I would go after them if it was my money. I wouldn't do this with my own money. Secondly, I had asked him, what is our ability as a board to bind the hands of the future boards? Because there were comments made that night, if you remember, that we don't trust what future boards will do. They'll tap into that fund and spend it on something else. That's true, but again, that's the future, that's a boogeyman story. We cannot control future boards if we're not willing to be here ourselves. We can only do what's right today with the money in our hands today that belongs to somebody else. Other boards, he said, can take out another bond if they wish to spend money. They can break into that fund. They can raise taxes. It will not stop a future board from spending money. He said that was his quote, that's ludicrous. What we wish to do is noble, but it's ludicrous. So that conversation was shared with other board members that were asking me. That's why I placed the call. And that's why we're in this situation tonight, and requires now more board discussion.
I'm here.
If you don't have more to say, I do want to open up the questions now, and gentlemen, field them as best you can. I also want you to stay, because if there's audience questions, I want you to field those too. Okay, board questions to the left, Mr. Mosey.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm very much concerned about your recent remarks, your last remarks about speaking with Mr. Bartle,
Yeah.
and he said he called other board members. Did
No,
he?
I didn't.
Oh,
I was asked to find these things out as board president. I talked to him personally, and then those that asked the questions of me, I returned a call to them with an answer.
okay. I don't recall getting a phone message or a call.
You never asked me to check on anything.
Oh. So,
You didn't ask me any questions that I was to ask.
well, no, because I thought we had reached a consensus last week that we were going to retire some of these outstanding debts, and I was the one that asked the question. And I was concerned because the Keenest Road money, I thought we had reached some kind of consensus that that was going to be used to pay off 2 bonds, and then the balance was going to go into a reserve account. And now you're telling me that there's 5 votes to go to option 5?
Because
Option 2?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's been enough board questions that they
Oh.
have to come out on the floor and
Okay.
be discussed in public. Plus, there is a savings here that some of us are worried that if we don't reach, there's a fiduciary breach, or in the opinions of some of the board members. Both options retire debt. We can't bind the hands of future boards, so our intent under option 1 is eliminated by law. And option 2, it speaks for itself with the savings, which would be $555,000 in this year, and an additional
It's basically break even.
200 and some, it'd be $700 and some thousand dollars over the life of the issue.
Yeah, but I understand.
I can't sneeze
I
at that.
understand if we take the Keenest Road money and we put it in a treasury notes, I don't have my, forgive me, I don't have the presentation from the last meeting, but memory serves me that I think the paper misquoted, it was going to be about $21,000 savings a year, which would have been about $217,000.
It is 217.
Not a
over-
year, it's over the life of
Over the
bond.
life, that's correct.
Okay, because the paper quoted it as saying it's going to be $217,000 a year. I have not changed my position. I just think that we keep refinancing debt, we keep extending debt. We have people who make commissions and make money on this, and not to be derogatory, but it is your business, and I can appreciate that. I have not changed my position. I just think that, to me, and Mr. Shear and I ran the numbers, over a 10-year period, we're going to save about $8 million if we pay off a couple of these bonds, these $2 million bonds. Plus, next year, I understand there's another one that's going to be callable. Am I correct? I don't have my sheet, but don't we have one coming up in '99? It's going to be callable also?
I don't have my sheets with me
Okay,
either.
I think
but
there was another one in '99. Isn't that right, Vicki?
It was,
No, it wasn't advance refundable. I don't
Okay,
think so.
all right. But I just think it's, I'm not going to change my position. I just don't see taking $500,000 now and then reinvesting that Keenest Road money with a possibility of saving $21,000 a year over 10 years, where we can maybe pay off, as I stated in last meeting, pay off a couple of these credit cards, and for once in the history of the school district, pay off a couple bonds and pass the savings on to the taxpayers. I just don't see where this makes any sense. But again, I'm only one board member, and I guess I'm just concerned about paying off debt rather than increasing it. You said that you were asked at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon to prepare option 2.
I had everything prepared
for
option one.
Okay.
And I got a phone call as I was.
Can I ask who called you?
I said that. Your solicitor.
Oh, Mr. Bartle, thank you. Well, that's all I have. I'm just a little dismayed at the fact I thought we had reached some kind of a consensus, and now it just looks like a money grab to me for $500,000 where we could retire some bonds and give the taxpayers a real break.
You still have this, I'm trying to explain. This, you would save $602,000 by calling the bonds. But you could buy a treasury, a U.S. Treasury, that throws off $625,000. The next year, you would have saved $600 by calling the bonds. You have a U.S. Treasury that throws off $625,000 again.
I understand that.
So that's in a debt service fund.
Right.
Again, it's not a dedicated,
Well,
but it's
I
a
know
debt
that-
service fund.
I know that we can't prevent future boards from spending the money, but I will tell you this, my thinking is that if we spend $4 million of it, that's $4 million they can't grab. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Now, there is, again, Mr. Bradbury, the exact amount of savings over the life of the issue with the initial payment next year and the payment over the balance. It's 700. Help me with the exact number, please.
Well, there's 217,000 plus the savings that you get under option 2 of another $536,000.
So $753,000 on savings. That we do not have under option 1?
Under option 1, you have 77,000, or a total of 88.
But you're paying off 2 bonds that you're not going to have as bond debt service anymore.
That's taken into account on both
Right.
sides of the equation.
Right. Okay, Mrs. Krieger.
Thank you. Wow, I don't even know where to start, to tell you the truth. This is a big surprise to me. To show up and have a previous consensus of the board now increased by, what is it? $9 million. I saw the advertisement in the paper over the weekend, which was my first indication that there had been a change in the request of the board on how to proceed with the $16 million.
No, Mrs. Krieger, the agreement to advertise at $116 million was
Or
made
16
in
million.
public.
That was made 16 million. publicly.
Sorry,
16.
16 million was made, I'm thinking of the budget. It was made in public. We were all here at the last work session because that's when we were given option 1 and option 2. Despite a consensus on that evening, which the consensus was to pay down debt.
There was discussion of a future meeting.
There was trepidation, and there was also, there was concern about receiving all the documents that night. To keep matters safe and the legal responsibility Dave Franklin has to us, as does Bartle's firm, it was placed in at the higher amount to cover our due process requirements for advertising. That's all that was. That wasn't a hint of anything. We said that night we were going to advertise it that way.
We're just going to go for the highest amount in the ad.
To cover ourselves.
Still had our options.
I remember something being said about 10 million, but I don't remember it being that. But anyway, now tonight, okay, as I understand it, Mr. Bradbury, you're saying that on Schedule 6, and I'm assuming that's for the bond, $10,925,000.
That happens to be the refunding portion. The total bond issue is $15,585,000 when you do it. If you go to Schedule
15 million again, please, I'm sorry.
Schedule 8, $15,585,000. That has to do with there's two portions to it. There's the portion for your capital and portion for the refunding.
Did not the board pass a policy, and in fact, when we acquired the bond for the high school expansion and all the other little projects that we've been doing off that money, pass a policy that the bond had to be advertised and job-specific to how it was going to be spent, so that future boards couldn't come in and tap into it like the bond which Venus Road monies came from. It was initially intended for Pendale, but then the board at that time said, no, let's take $6 million and go buy this piece of property for a second high school. We changed that. We also made a promise to reduce the debt, that particular debt, and take it off the tax rolls. And last week, there was a consensus majority of board members that reiterated that position. And now we're back here discussing increasing that bond indebtedness once again for, what was it, Mr. Gregory, a $555,000 savings?
No, $750,000.
The bond issue, you must remember that you are retiring debt. You are retiring, the 1990 is going away, the 1993 is going away, and the 1993A will be retired. You're replacing them with a 1998, which will include, it's technology, I call it the construction program. I don't have all the list of what you as a board told me to come back with, but you have a list someplace of what you're going to use the $4,600,000 for. I don't have a specific, because I understand it's a...
Is there someplace in this new packet that shows me what this increased my total bond indebtedness to? Or how much it's going to increase the millage in the budget for next year?
It's not going to increase the millage in the budget at all.
Here's the total, Sharice.
Okay, folks, let Mrs. Steady address that as it relates to this current budget. Mrs. Steady, go ahead.
We've had a lot of different budgets, but the green budget, which was the budget before this one, which is now yellow, we had a debt service schedule in here. I'm going to find it for you. What page it was.
Nice yellow.
It's on page E62. This, in the old book, showed 19
Last yellow page. Last yellow page.
Yeah, it's the last yellow page in this new budget, but this last yellow page in the new budget reflects option 1, not option 2, because that's where I thought we were heading. So option 1 is reflected in the new budget, this budget that you were handed out tonight. I have Vicky's green book, and I went to E62 and it's missing, so I was going to show you.
Additional requests.
I can tell you from memory, go to your new yellow book and I'll tell you what it is, what the differences are, please. E62, if everybody has their new yellow budget book in front of them.
You're going to tell us the differences?
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a question. If Mr. Bartle was contacted to contact Mr. Bradbury, why wouldn't you have put that information together for the board and the community in the agenda for tonight if you knew we were going to be
Well,
getting...
I sent this out, when did I send this out, last week?
No, you said this had option 1 in it, right?
Well, that's where I
This
thought we
does
were
not
headed.
include option 2.
No.
Okay, well, is there a reason why, if you knew that Mr. Bradbury was coming back with option 2 tonight, if you wouldn't have done that in an addendum to this for us to see, so we don't have to jot down all these numbers that you're going to
tell you
read to
what,
us now?
It's in your prior budget book, option 2 is in your prior budget book, I don't happen to have a copy of it.
I can also point out to you, I didn't do these numbers didn't come off until, I guess 5:30 tonight I got them done, or I got them over to Mr. Franklin's office at 5:30
But
tonight.
they were done previously when 1 and 2 were issued to the board.
You know what, we've got a lot of stuff to talk about, so this is I'm not going to change my position for last week. I gave my consensus. Go ahead, Bill.
I have a question.
Mr. O'Donnell.
Are we in a current economic climate where, first of all, the U.S. securities, we're not locked into this, are we?
The U.S. government? I haven't locked it in yet.
No, but I mean, can we next year take it out and get a better deal, better interest rate? Is not right now, are the interest rates starting to go up a little bit?
Are they? I wasn't in the office today, but the market was off. I was in the office today. Market was off a little bit today, which means interest rates were higher today.
Exactly. So usually we're hurting when we, I think we've lost 135,000 by our waiting a little bit, but in this case, if we go this, the 740 may actually be, 753 actually may increase.
I would say that it could increase slightly, but I know what I had.
Okay.
You believe this?
Okay. I didn't have all the information that I did a week ago, and after thinking about it over the weekend, I'm going to change my position because we're still paying down the debt, which is a primary concern of mine, to pay down the debt. Plus, we have immediate savings to help offset possibly the technology plan and whatever else we're going to have this year. So I'm changing my position from last week.
Mr. Bradbury, please explain quickly to the public and to the board the interest rates and why this is a better deal to float, that future boards could later down the line take a higher tax increase or a bond with a bad interest rate. Could you explain that?
You have, with regards to this, you are locking into U.S. government securities.
Right.
And a board in the future could sell those securities.
Right.
If they wish to.
Right.
We can't tie, and I keep getting that across because that's a question that came up. You can't tie future boards, and I know that was a question that Mr. Bud.
Could be a favorable position.
You could be in a favorable position.
We know we have this, and if anything, we can get out and get a higher rate.
That's correct.
Mr. Shapansky.
Well, I too had some second thoughts after a review, after a few days of looking at the data. I find it, difficult for me, as someone who wants to give the taxpayers every break I can give them, not to take a $750,000 savings, whether it takes 2 years or 12, okay? So, I was one of the bigger supporters of the ideas to pay down debt. I think it sounded great, but as I looked at this thing, we could do the same thing and save the taxpayer $753,000. It's a mistake not to do that. It's a bad business decision not to take that savings. And again, I'll put the motion on the floor if we have to under other business, however this is coming out tonight. But I want to take the additional savings, and I'm willing to put it on the floor, and I hope I can get a second.
I'll give you a second.
Mr. Hill.
Well, I support what Vince just said, but that's what I even said at the last meeting. I said I couldn't see why we weren't taking the savings at that time, but if the board in its wisdom at that time felt they wanted to go the other way, I would not vote against it, but I said my preference was to take the saving, and I just would like to take the saving.
All righty, Mr. Schilling.
I got to be honest with you, I see the, meaningful taking the savings, but as a matter of conviction, I believe that I have to vote to return the money from whence it came, and that was for the Keenest Road property. I can understand the people who want to go for the savings, but I just feel if the money paid for that property to return back and pay off debt. It's just a matter of conviction, and that's the way I feel.
Mrs. Sherman.
Well, you know how strongly I feel about this. Certainly I wasn't prepared to come in here and see this revisited. I thought this was a battle that was over and I'd moved on to other budgetary issues. Certainly not anyone to sneeze at a supposed $500,000 savings. It's all a matter of how you couch things. Quite frankly, we could take $5.8 million and remove $8.6 million in outstanding debt. Or we can refinance and carry the $5.8 million at a cost of $8.6 million and maintain the interest while playing this creative game to get a one-time early $555,000 grab because we have a budget that keeps increasing $1.60 for every dollar finance takes out of it. And you can go this route, but there ought to be a law, as far as I'm concerned, preventing school districts and school boards from being able to convert assets bought through bond money into cash, which is what it is. We can say, it's either way, we're relieving debt. Well, one's like continuing my mortgage after I sold my house. The other one is to take the money from the sale of the house and paying off the mortgage. There is nothing that brings the same parallel in drawing down debt. We're going to maintain status quo bills, and I told you last week when this was coming to the table, I could not celebrate the sale of Keenest Road if that debt and those obligations remain on the backs of the taxpayers, which it is. The money, grab your 500, it'll be gone, and as a taxpayer, I'm going to resent every penny of indebtedness that this district carries on those bonds, along with the penimation system that we're throwing out the door that was paid for through 20-year bond money in 1991, along with the hundreds of thousands of dollars of miscellaneous items that were there. And quite frankly, I'm going to write every state representative I have to see how any of this qualifies as meeting the useful life of the item matching up to the bond, as is listed here in this resolution, where it actually says that it is certified, that they hereby ratified and confirm that in the principal amount of the bonds equal to the separate cost of the portions of such project having an unexpired shorter useful life than the period during which the bonds will be outstanding. Well, you know something, I don't know how much more clear it can be than to sell a piece of property and say its lifetime's expired as far as the particular indebtor is concerned. Yeah, the property survives, we just don't own it. We're only going to continue to pay, and we're going to continue to maintain the indebtedness, and we have absolutely no guarantees whatsoever where that money will come from to keep the Keenest Road debt, and when this money will be tapped into and disappear from the books. I know that if I take that money and apply it towards the Keenest Road project, no ands, ifs, or buts about it. That debt's been removed from the burden of the taxpayer, along with our decision to sell the property. And I don't know how you tell on some people that they're going to pay for an expansion project, and they're also going to pay for the property that they bought for a second high school but don't own. This is a creative way. Why don't we go into the real estate business, buy properties, sell them into the bonds as a justified future project, and then we sell them off a few years later. We've got a new revenue source for our budget. We did it with the Gwinnett Square acreage. We can do it with anything. I mean, any empty lot out there, let's convert it to cash. Just give it 2 years. We'll roll it over. I'm sorry, I can't agree, and I didn't come here expecting this. I wish someone had contacted me to say that this was being reconsidered at this level, and I think this community should have had better notice, because they sat here and watched discussions at the last committee meeting, and they thought this was a done deal too. And now everyone's just caught off guard, except for those who are aware of the concerns that were inside and the intentions to perhaps go another route. I'm just very disappointed.
I kind of like
Dr. Bradbury, Mr. Bradbury, I need you to address some of these things. Vicki, I think you're right. A lot of things are being couched here. And I know for a fact there isn't one financial expert sitting on this board. Not one. Okay? And we have paid for legal services in this area. We have paid for finance services in this area, because there's not one board member here qualified to make a better decision than what is provided to us professionally. Okay? And I am not going to just toss these men and their resumes aside and their reputations that have built themselves in this field doing exactly this for political posturing of any sort. Now, there is a fund now that will pay down the debt on property that never should have been purchased. And nobody on this board has paid a higher price for a second high school deal than I have paid personally, and what happened to me over a second high school. Secondly, we can do that as promised to the community, and at the same time, that miserable piece of property is going to be able to provide savings to the community that we cannot throw away for political purposes. $753,000 under this arrangement provided to us by financial professionals.
Only if the money stays, though, Donna. It isn't guaranteed. If
Vicki,
that money disappears
I'm
next year,
going to
there is
answer
no
for
savings.
myself today, not for an unknown candidate 4 years from now.
But
Okay?
it is your risk.
It's now. You
You're
answer
gambling.
for your financial and fiduciary responsibilities now.
But we're gambling. We're
Okay?
gambling on the money
You're
staying
taking
there 12
political
years.
positions and you're throwing away these savings. You're saying politically convenient things and being dumb to financial accuracy here.
It was a promise that was made, and it is a gamble. And
Are there any other questions?
I don't think.
Questions from the audience, please. Anybody? My apologies.
This is not the place.
Bruce, you're going to write a check.
H. Bruce Gordon, Montgomery Township. Yes, the paper did misquote, and I think I was the one that was misquoted last week about the $210,000 savings. It certainly is to be spread across the life of the bonds. The mortgage example was used last week. I believe someone stood up here at the podium and used that same example. And where that would not make sense for a homeowner necessarily to do that kind of financing, creative financing. In fact, it really would. Everybody wins. The finance company would still get paid your mortgage, and you would still end up with extra money in your pocket. And that's what this board is facing. We can still pay down the debt, and we can still end up with cash in our pocket to be used, hopefully, for the kids, for the education of our students, to the tune of $210,000 or so over the life of these bonds. So I really hope you do vote for option 2 here, and let's make some money on money that can be invested. We certainly have an out by going into government bonds as opposed to waiting around for callable bonds, government obligations. We could turn them around if the interest rates rise, as the economy is doing so well right now. Maybe we'll see those bond rates rise, sell them next year, buy bonds that are making even more money. Let's do it. Let's take some cash, and let's please leave this place smiling.
Any other comments? Mrs. Darcy?
Marla Darcy, Upper Gwinnett. I'm just concerned about an undertone that's going on that I'm picking up, and I think the audience is picking up, about this attitude about worrying and controlling about what future boards do. And I think that that's an incorrect way to be thinking to make a decision about what we need to do now. And also you have to take into account that if there is a future board, and that future board has a different mindset than this board, they will have been elected by the people of the community. So no one is in a position to tie the hands of future boards. That's all. What I'm saying is worrying about what you're doing now, but don't worry about trying to control future boards or tightening budgets or whatever. Because if there are people voted in who you feel would be counter to your positions, that means the community has voted and spoken. Thank you.
Mrs. Darcy, thank you. The concerns, though, of the board members are not unfounded because of history. And Mrs. Scher knows a lot about the history here, so do I, so does Mr. Hill. We've been here probably longer than anybody. The history here has been atrocious. There has been bad use of bond money here, and this board has every single reason to be concerned about how bond money and bond transactions have been conducted in this district. That's why we had an audit, for a variety of reasons included. So that fear is shared by most of us here. On the other hand, you were very right that we can't be upset or be making decisions today based on what people we don't even know might do later. We're not in charge of them, we're in charge of ourselves. So both sides of the argument are correct in that matter. Anybody else, please? Anybody? No. Okay. Mr. Scher, I'm very sorry for raising my voice to you.
Mr. Franklin has a presentation.
Mr. Franklin? Yes, gentlemen.
They're still in shock.
Kate?
Excuse me.
How many? Mr. Franklin, is 15 plenty for you, or should we take the break now?
I'll try to make 15 work.
Because I don't want to hit you in the middle.
What I have to say is fairly brief.
Okay.
What you have to do tonight to incur debt is to pass a resolution with 5 members of the board voting in favor. And the question is, you have one resolution before you that was advertised. And in the advertisement, it was stated that the amount of debt to be incurred would be up to $16 million. And the reason that amount was used, as you indicated earlier, in that advertisement was to keep all of your options open. And they're open tonight. You have a resolution before you to consider, and the decision you have to make is whether you're going to go with option 1, which reflects a bond issue of some $9 million or to go with option 2, which reflects a bond issue of some $15 million. So if that initial threshold kind of determination can be made, which of the options you're going to select, then it would be appropriate to go ahead and consider the resolution. The resolution, the form of the resolution has been advertised, it's been available in the offices of the school district for review by the citizens of the school district and the taxpayers. And the form of that resolution has a lot of blank spaces in it because Mr. Bradbury has to fill in the blank spaces with the interest rates and the redemption features and the other financial features of that bond issue. And that's what we're prepared to do tonight. Mr. Bradbury sent over to me the numbers based on his marketing of the larger bond issue late this afternoon, and I have two versions of the resolution.
I actually haven't marketed the larger issue, I actually marketed the smaller issue.
Okay.
That was what we were told to do.
But in any event, he's prepared to offer to purchase the larger one or the smaller one tonight, and we have two versions of that resolution that has been available here, which has the numbers in it for the smaller issue and the larger issue. So if you just, which way you decide on which option you're going to select, we have the legislation here for you to consider. And that would be, after you've taken this initial vote of option 1 or option 2, then you can proceed to consider the resolution, incurring the debt.
Mr. Franklin, you, as you're well aware, you are our bond counsel.
Yes.
And you were hired specifically for that job, separate and apart from the general solicitor and general counsel that we have here.
That's right.
Do you agree with what you've heard tonight in terms of the advice that was given to us that we cannot bind the hands of future boards?
Absolutely.
And do you agree that new debt can be created at any time by future boards,
Yes.
good boards or bad boards?
Within the limitations of the law, yes.
Of the borrowing power.
Right.
Okay, new debt can be created at any time with a bad future board. Paying off Penis Road is irrelevant because they can always take new bond money.
Yes.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Franklin?
I do.
Yes.
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 Okay, just as that was said, they can take new indebtedness, but they have to justify it, don't they?
You always have to
I mean, you
have.
can't just go out there and say you want more money. Whereas they
No.
can take the money from Keenest Row if it's saved, if it's placed aside in another account, but you can't just go out and willy-nilly decide that you want to take $6 million more. You have to sort of justify a use for it, correct?
Yeah, you have to have a valid reason to borrow the money.
Right, so there would have to be a different level of justification. I guess what I'd have to say is, ask you right now is, if we can't protect the money, how can anyone speculate on the savings unless it's that it's going to remain secure and it'll go exactly as we plan? I think it's unrealistic. Is there any way to say that just really honestly justify a dollar figure being placed to this, except I could write any plan on paper. You know, I could put it in with 7% increases and no drawdown.
Well, Mr. Bradbury has, under both options, is prepared to make a commitment to buy your bonds tonight. And at the interest rates that the new bonds will be offered to the public at. And if you accept that proposal, then you've locked in the savings on that bond issue. Now, as far as the money that's...
How many dollars? Excuse me, give us a number for that. How many dollars are actually guaranteed out of this? Option 2, I know what option 1 is.
Option 2, you save over option 1, you save the 700 and some thousand under option 2, you would save 77,000 under option 1.
And now you've really lost me. That's based on if we invest the money and are
That's correct.
reducing the debt service. But I'm saying what could be actually guaranteed. In other words, if that money were never used for that purpose,
I
would there
can
be
never
anything?
guarantee what a future board's going to do. I am making the assumption, it takes place at other school districts, boards stick money into debt service funds and bring it back on an annual basis. So I set it up to compare apples and apples with regards to putting $5,986,000 into the debt service fund or taking $5,989,000 and retiring the series in 1990 and 93. I then set up cash flows that pretty much matched going through, and I came up with what is the annual savings by doing that. And it came up to approximately $21,000 a year or $217,000 over the time that the money was invested.
Okay, you don't understand my point. One is based, the bond refunding or the bond payoff is based on something we can control. In other words, we know that if we pay off $5.8 million, we've got an absolute number of $8.6 million in outstanding indebtedness being eliminated from the rolls. What I'm saying is, as far as your numbers are concerned.
They were talking, I don't
The
think they heard your
555,
question.
oh, the savings by doing the refunding is $555,000.
So that's locked in when he...
That's locked in.
What she's asking, Bob, and maybe I could help, because we've had this conversation, I had the same question way back when we first did this discussion. You're selling treasuries now for these $5.9 million. What Vicki is asking is, are you planning to pyramid those treasuries with maturity dates so that you're locking them in for the 12?
I'm laddering it, yeah. I'm laddering it.
I think that was your question.
That's why it shows on page 9 of the report on the 12th, showed money coming in each and every year based off of U.S. Treasury zero coupon securities purchased at the dollars that were shown on the top of page 9.
And those dollars, though, are based on that money staying there for 12 years. So how many dollars, if that money were to be used for different purposes next year, would the savings be the same on this account?
That means that you as a board that is there at that time would have made the decision to sell those securities. I would assume that it would become an issue with regard, you would have to do it at a public session.
Right, but if we did sell it, then what would the savings actually be on this if that aspect of it did not hold up until you're...
I assume you would have taken the money and used it for a capital purpose that you wouldn't have had to borrow for, so you would have saved on the debt service that you would have had to borrow to do.
So you assume we keep the $8.6 million, we'd be paying that, and whatever happens with the funds. I'm just saying that it seems to me, yours is all based on this plan that it'll survive at least 6 new boards. You're going to have 6 different boards in 12 years.
I've gone through many school districts where it does survive. I've got one school district that has been in place for 10 years. The same type of a program, and it's actually scheduled to go for another 12.
I've seen us build debt, off of... off of savings, yeah, I have not seen that. Okay, then, I assume, gentlemen, you are realized, I guess you have reviewed this document is here, it makes certain statements regarding the useful life and what you've claimed as far as the maintenance of these bonds, and I know this is done whenever we refund.
Yeah.
This is going to apply to the 90 and 93 bonds and the 93A bonds if we do refinance, correct? The certification statements regarding the use of those bonds, the purposes?
The language that you read earlier from the resolution is really applicable to the new money portion of this bond issue. It refers to the technology, equipment, and the other improvements that you're financing with this bond issue. What you're required to do is retire your debt. I know that you know this. You're required to retire your debt before the useful life of the improvement you've financed expires. And that language says that that's what you're going to do. The maturity, the principal amounts of the new money portion of this bond issue that you're using to pay for the technology and other equipment will mature over a period of time that will correspond, at least, with the useful lives of the assets you're buying.
Well, you would.
But it doesn't refer to the earlier bond issues that we're paying off. The 19.
Even though you're refunding them, you don't have, because I see these statements made with state reimbursement reports.
Yes.
And when I look at some of the things that we've carried on bond money, I'm absolutely shocked. They wouldn't be here 2 weeks. And, and I find them within these bonds, the list is amazing to me. And I certainly would encourage someone to take a look at the actual expenditures that are being carried within these bonds that we're going to maintain over these next 12 years, besides Keenest Road being a subject of discussion. Can I ask why the capital project, it says, is estimated to be in excess of 30 years? That we have a useful life of 30 now?
No, the idea is to, when you borrow money for capital improvements, you have to state an estimated useful life. And you want that estimated useful life to work for refundings as well as for the money you're borrowing at the time. So some portion of the capital improvements that you're going to finance will have a 30-year life, additions and improvements to buildings. Some of it may only have a 5-year life, depending on what kind of technology equipment you're buying.
Like, that's
But
what I'm
over the
wondering,
period
is
of time,
technology.
you're permitted to do combination financing, in effect, as long as you have facilities that some portion of which are going to last for 30 years or more.
Carol, given the fact that the new money is all dealing with technology wiring, I know that there was some saying, well, it makes it for the 12-year bond. I know you didn't want to go into there wasn't anyone supporting going into a long one. You don't have a problem that this is basically making a requirement that the estimated useful life of the capital project is estimated to be in excess of 30 years?
That's not a requirement. That's not a requirement that you have to acquire capital improvements that last 30 years. That's a statement to make that's required by the Act to make. And as long as the amortization of the bond issue is
within
shorter or at least equal to the useful life of the actual improvements that you buy, then you don't have a problem under the Act.
Okay, well,
the only reason 30 years...
We have a policy too. I believe you're aware of that. We do have
Yes.
a policy of not maintaining debt beyond the life of the item.
Right.
Carol, I'm going to pass to you. Gentlemen, I'm sorry you've been caught up in this debate and discussion again. I know Bob was probably relieved after the last Tuesday meeting when he finally had an answer, only to have it dragged back again.
Well, Mr. Franklin, if you would be so kind to wait there a moment, and any questions of Mr. Franklin from the audience?
Just one.
Anybody in the audience? Mr. Berger, what I have? 2? Okay, let's take a break now, and we'll come right back. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting for us, and we'll reconvene. One thing I want to clear up before we go any further, I was asked by a member of the audience, Mr. Kuzma, if we're going to have another audience of citizens in regards to the budget. We're going to get back to the budget. This was an important piece that had to be handled now, and yes, Mr. Kuzma, we're going to get back to the budget, and we're going to hear audience of citizens later on, and I will call you first.
Madam President, I want to make a motion that we close the discussion and move forward with a vote. And I'm going to make the motion that we approve the resolution to refinance the entire amount of $16 million as advertised. And if there's any special wording, please tell me, Mr. Franklin.
Option 2. That's the
Option 2.
That's the preliminary vote you have to take, whether you're going to do it at the end of the night. Having made that decision, then I have the 2 versions of the resolution for you to consider. I've already distributed the 9, and I have one for the
Okay. Well, Madam President, I put on the floor for the full amount of 16, and I'll make that motion.
And I make that a second.
Okay, motion by Sierpinski, second by O'Donnell. It's in the form of a resolution, is it not? It would be called by individual cast votes. Mrs. Hatfield, resolution. Roll
Can
call.
I give the exact amount, please, for the record? 15,586,893.
15,585.
Oh, it's changed here. Okay.
15,585.
Okay, I'm sorry. 15,585. I want to be precise instead of 16. Thank you.
In 10 minutes.
All right, I'll amend my
All right,
motion and
Mr.
reflect
Sierpinski, you
that.
amend. Mr. O'Donnell, do you second
I
the
second.
amendment? Okay. All right, roll call, Mrs. Hatfield.
Allen,
Yes?
Hill,
Yes.
Krieger. No. Mosey.
Absent.
He's not here.
Wait. He left?
Oh, yeah.
Scher,
No.
Sierpinski,
Yes.
Schilling,
No.
Mangle.
Yes.
Okay. Out of the 8, there were 5 yes and 3 no.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hatfield. Donna, thank you.
Madam
Do
President?
we have to vote individually on this now, too?
Madam President?
Yes.
Just so you're aware that after Mr. Beaman was done, there were
I can't sleep
2 members
tonight.
out from the audience that thought that they were gonna get to ask questions following up from him. Carol, I know that the interest was, what was the overall effect on indebtedness on the two plans? The totals that you were going to get, what would be, we would be reducing debt if we refinance, if we did not refinance, and if we paid off $5.8 million, would actually be a reduction from the additional new debt of 4.7. So they wanted to know what the net difference in the indebtedness for the two different bond options was.
The principal indebtedness as it's prepared tonight, which was option number 1, was $87,060,000. And the indebtedness under option number 2, which is in the other budget book, was in the neighborhood of $93 million.
Mr. Shaw, I didn't understand what you had said previously about two members of the audience. I don't know what you were saying.
Carol, they wanted to know generally what the overall principal, they did ask principal and principal with interest, total cost of the bond, indebtedness between the two. Carol understood, so she was answering.
Okay.
They asked about,
All right.
and she just needs to get it with interest.
Okay. All righty.
All right, now, I want to make a motion. How many with the words here, guys?
This is the actual resolution.
Right.
Accept the resolution.
To accept the resolution as handed out here for $15,585,000. Is that how I work it?
Yes.
You need to read it?
I just
I'm not
wanted
gonna
to,
read it.
No, it's
I just wanted to briefly summarize what we have
Please do.
here.
Please do.
This has been advertised and a copy's been available. The one you have before you has the interest rates and the other financial information which were part of Mr. Bradbury's proposal for the purchase of these bonds. And I wanted to call to your attention, first of all, this resolution authorizes the incurrence of $15,585,000 of indebtedness for the purpose of refunding the 3 prior bond issues and providing the new money that was spoken about earlier this evening. It pledges the full faith, credit, and taxing power of the school district to the repayment of the $15,585,000, and it authorizes the administration and your financial advisor and your bond counsel to do all things necessary to get the approval of the Department of Community and Economic Development of Pennsylvania to the incurrence of debt, and to get to settlement on the bond issue and trade the bonds for the proceeds. On page 4, you can see the principal amounts of the bonds maturing in each of the years in which they mature, and you can see the interest rates there that range from 3.70% on this new bond issue out to 4.80%. On page 5, you can see the redemption features of these bonds. They fall due. The maturity date is September 1 of each of the years in which they mature, and some of the bonds of each maturity are subject to mandatory call on March 1 of each year. So in effect, we have 6-month maturities of these bonds throughout the life of the bond issue. Otherwise, the resolution contains all the other details that are required to be contained in the bonds, the redemption features and so forth. Does anybody have any questions about the resolution? And if no one does, then it would be appropriate to call the vote. If you have a second.
Yeah, I'll state it again. I recommend the approval of the resolution as just reviewed by Mr. Franklin. And I'm looking for a second.
I need a second.
Second.
Second, Mr. O'Donnell. Shapinsky and O'Donnell. Any further questions of the board? Mrs. Hatfield, please note that 2 members of the board have left before this vote, Mr. Mosey and Mrs. Krieger. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Allen,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
O'Donnell,
Yes.
Scher,
No.
Shapinsky,
Yes.
Schilling,
No.
Mangle.
Yes.
Out of the 7, there were 5 in favor and 2 against.
Okay. Thank you very much, John.
I wish they stayed on the show. You guys want to read some back? This is just great. So instead of it being a
Hey, Bob, good luck
vote,
tomorrow.
we make it 5.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Go ahead, Buzz, rock and roll.
Okay, we're going to keep going. Carol and Dave, that's fine. We're just going to move on to do what you have to do. Superintendent's report. Dr. Bose.
Recommend approval of the waiver on tuition status for a student whose name is on file in the Office of Special Education and Student Services in accordance with Board Policy 5118.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Hill, second by Sierpinski. Any board questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend approval to operate the 1998 Summer Library Program at Glen Nor, Inglewood, Montgomery, and Nash Elementary School Libraries for 8 weeks beginning June 22 through August 13, 1998, as presented on 50-98.
So moved.
Motion by Sierpinski.
Second.
Second by Allen. Any board questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend approval for the intermediate unit service cost plan for the 1998-99 school year in the amount of $1,150,000 as presented on item number 60-98.
So moved.
Motion by Hill,
Second.
second by Allen. Questions around? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
The next recommendation is one that seeks your approval for the 3 colleges with whom we have a working relationship to offer courses to our kids for dual credit in the Enriched Summer School Program. I will read the course names that are presented for your review, and the recommendation is made for your approval.
Recommend approval is written.
So moved.
Motion by Hill, second by Sierpinski. Any board questions or comments? Okay, I'd just like to comment that this is very, very, very good news. And I wish our local papers would pick news like this for the front page once in a while. I know that murders and stabbings are far more interesting, but you know, this is really good news, and it'd be nice to see that kind of stuff on the front page. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Thank you.
Recommend approval to engage Joseph E. Biro and Associates to provide engineering services as defined in the RFP for the North Penn High School cooling tower replacement / engineering services for a fee of 5.75% of the low bids.
So moved.
Motion by Schilling, second by O'Donnell. Questions around? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Next recommendation is recommending a change order to Built Right Contractors in the amount of $71,875 for final payment of all remaining changes required under structural, masonry, drywall, and concrete work at Penndale Middle School. The original contract sum is noted. The new contract sum will increase through the change orders 1 through 9. And the final change order number 10 is for $5,940,438.08.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Hill, second by O'Donnell. Questions?
Yeah, just one.
Yes, sir.
Where's this money coming from, Bart?
Out of bond.
That we
The
have
nine-
scheduled?
The 96 bond, the green sheet states that we reestablished the contingency fund, and at that time in February, we did set aside $74,000 for the final change order.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend approval to adopt the proposed technology plan and authorize, through the budget process, approval to fund the first year of the plan for the 1998-99 fiscal year.
So moved.
Second.
Wow, wow. Motions by everybody, seconds by all. Sierpinski, make it your motion. Hill is your second. Board questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend approval to submit Plan Con Part B as required to the Pennsylvania Department of Education for the construction of additions and alterations to Knapp Elementary School as presented on 61-98.
So moved.
Motion by Sierpinski,
Second.
second by O'Donnell. Questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend approval to submit Plan Con Part G as required by the Pennsylvania Department of Education for the construction of additions and alterations to Knapp Elementary School as presented on 61-98.
So moved.
Motion by Sierpinski, second by O'Donnell. Questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend approval of professional services of vendor to be determined. I think that's the distribution that Mrs. Deddy gave us earlier. Yeah. This is,
Barbara Lowe.
Carol, this is we're on Superintendent's Report H. This is awarding to the Biro firm for a contract to provide electrical upgrade design not to exceed
$80,000,
$80,000.
or 5% of the lowest bids.
Right. And InfoQuest Group for network in an amount not to exceed $45,000.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Hill, second by Sierpinski. Questions?
Question, it says or 5% of the lowest bid, does that mean that that's an alternative to the $80,000 ceiling cap?
Yes, it's 5% of the lowest bid, not to exceed 80,000 under any circumstances.
Oh, okay, that's the language of that. Is this InfoQuest group the group that we'd already had them in and did the work and there's an obligation to pay? Or is this new services from
This is new
Info?
services.
Okay. As previously discussed for technology, correct?
Yes.
That's okay.
All in
Thank
favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend the board accept the gifts as noted on item 52-98.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Hill, second by O'Donnell. Questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend approval to award the replacement of in-ground fuel tanks to Full Moon Construction Company Incorporated in accordance with the following costs. At Hatfield, $97,000. At Nash, $99,217. At North Wales, $96,217. Total award is $292,434. This award shall include unit prices and environmental consultants as listed on the bid tabulation.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Sierpinski, second by Allen. Any questions?
I'd like to make a comment if I
Yes, sir.
could, please. This base bid includes, just so the board knows, 500 tons of contaminated soil. We bid it with the 500 tons, but then we also get a unit price. If we do not hit contaminated soil, we reduce the contract by $58 a ton. So if we get lucky, we could get quite a rebate. The bid, as you're awarding it tonight, includes the removal of 500 tons of contaminated soil.
Worst possible scenario.
If worst possible scenario. If we ran into 100 tons at Hatfield, for an example, we'll get 400 times $58, which is a considerable payback.
Again, removal of tanks is state mandate.
Federal mandate, EPA, and
Okay,
DOE.
any monies for doing so? Another
A
unfunded
lot of money
mandate.
out of our pocket if we don't do it.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Are these the oil tanks that was just a part of the bond refunding?
That's correct.
Refinancing? So these are the ones to come through there?
That's correct.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend award of following bids as listed on BA-6, and I know Mr. Wood wants to make an adjustment to that recommendation.
In light of the fact that you, just a few moments ago, approved submission of D and G, and in light of the fact that I want to take our bids to the committee, on Tuesday, we will ask for the June 9th meeting to be an action meeting as well as your committee meeting so that we can award the construction contracts for NAP. We opened bids on Friday the 15th, and it would appear at this moment that we're some $200,000 under our estimate. We're very pleased with the contractors that we have. We have Mr. Brucker as a general contractor who did this building in North Wales and many other schools for us over the years. We have Integrity for both HVAC and plumbing, and they're currently doing the plumbing at the high school. and we have Letter Rock Electric for the electric. So we're very pleased with all of our contractors and quite pleased with our prices.
So we're removing the NAT portion of these bid recommendations.
Ones that are asterisk?
Yes,
correct.
Or
The last four.
The last
Oh,
four,
excuse me.
bottom four.
Just the bottom four.
And you're voting only on those excluding the NAT project.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Allen, second by Sierpinski. You understand the four at the bottom are all set motion?
Yes.
Questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
On personnel, recommend you approve the appointment of the 9 support staff listed on BA-7.
So moved.
Motion by Hill,
Second.
second by Sierpinski. Questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend you approve the appointments of the 4 professional staff and 5 support staff presented on BA-7.
So moved.
Second.
Retirements. Beg your pardon.
Retirement, yeah.
Why don't we do that motion again?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Oh, he's always a comedian.
Good job.
Always a comedian. Go ahead, Dr. Booth.
Recommend approving the.
Who made the motion, second?
We're going to do it again.
I got the whole thing again, okay.
It died
Retiring
big.
the motion.
They're gonna see how many times they can use this.
Recommend approving the 4 professional staff and 5 support staff retirements presented on BA-7.
It's not all jump
So
at
moved.
once.
That's Bill Allen. Bill Allen.
Bill Allen made a motion.
Second.
Second by Sierpinski. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend you approve the change of effective date for retirement for the 10 professional staff presented on BA-7B.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Sierpinski, second by Allen. Any questions?
Just one.
Yes, sir.
These people are delaying or moving up their retirements?
Originally, we had placed the date at 6:30 because we didn't know what kind of weather we were going to have and when school would end. But now we know we're going to have a normal end of the year, so we have to put it for the last day of their contract.
I just note some of these people that are leaving are, I mean, we're losing a lot of good people here.
Yes, we are.
Those are some great people.
We are losing a lot of very fine people who have made wonderful contributions to the children of this school district for many, many years.
I wish them well.
Judy, do you believe that this is a reaction to the retirement plan that's being offered by the state, or at least in part?
Most of the people on the list in front of you, the 10 people, announced their retirement early in the year because of the incentive offered by the contract to allow anybody retiring to get the full benefit of the raise for the entire year. There are the people that are in the other part that just are retiring now are taking advantage of that window.
Okay, but that's an incentive provided by the state.
That's
Not to
correct.
be confused with the 2 incentives we
That's
provided
correct.
back-to-back
But
years, last year and the year before.
There's no cost to the district associated with these
Right.
retirements. I'd also like to note that if we maintain the policy of the average income teacher, these are all important numbers as we're in the budget process.
Right.
Absolutely.
And I certainly, I understand your sentiments there, but the fact of the matter is, if we do have a handle on these kind of numbers, they're very relevant as we look at these personnel dollars. So I'd appreciate that being updated too. And thank you. Well, really neat.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend the board approve the 3 professional staff and 7 support staff resignations as presented on BA-7B.
So moved.
Motion by Sierpinski, second by Sher. Questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend the board approve the 1 position change for 1 support staff presented on BA-7C.
So moved.
Motion by Hill, second by Sierpinski. Questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend the board approve 3 support staff salary changes as presented on BA-7C.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Sierpinski, second by Allen. Questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend the board approve the 12 professional staff and 1 support staff leave of absence as presented on BA-7C-D.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Sierpinski, second by Allen. Any board questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend appointment of Wayne Bubness to the position of elementary principal effective August 10, 1998, at an initial salary comparable to North Penn School District's experienced elementary principals, to be determined by the board in June 1998. And I would add that Mr. Bubness has 16 years' experience as elementary principal.
Very good.
So moved.
Motion by Allen, second by Sherpinski. Any questions?
Yes. It's been my experience in the past that we've needed to actually articulate a salary. As a matter of fact, I believe we've even had a citing before when the board has taken a personnel matter and left an unnamed amount of funds for payroll for their salary level. And I guess I'd have to ask Mr. Dooley, but I do know that we have a current from the previous year when that was done once by the board.
We will need to, before this gentleman gets paid, have his name on a list with all other principals with his salary.
Do you mean an audit exception, Mrs. Shearer?
Yeah, because it actually said that at the time of the motion, it said that we failed to name the salary at the time of the motion. At the time, wasn't it direct to the board's motion? And, because there was certainly a salary and certainly there was an approval, but it seemed to me it was related for the time of.
I don't remember the specifics.
Becky, didn't we hire Dr. Hassler for superintendent without a salary mentioned?
No, we have not hired Dr. Hassler as a superintendent until his contract's approved, which he does not have yet.
With the same.
We only directed the solicitor to negotiate a contract. Dr. Hassler is not officially named the superintendent at this point.
But we also named his date, the date that he would take over that position,
Right.
because we accepted Bud's date of retirement and subsequent hiring
Well, I realize that, but Dr. Hassler comes back with a contract that sets out his terms.
We voted
That
on it.
actually
We
gives.
voted on it.
No, we did not.
We voted to enter into a contract.
We voted to negotiate the contract, to
So what
authorize the
about Bert
solicitor to negotiate.
What about Bert Hines? We did the same
Well,
thing.
it's fine, if
We
the solicitor
established- we
says this is
established them
fine,
forward.
if he says it's fine, to me it seems odd that you sit here and you're saying an initial salary comparable to, well, I don't think we're applying any merit plans to a new incoming employees, are we? So there should be a dollar figure, and I would think someone would want to know the dollar figure at the time you're hiring them.
Well, let me understand this. When you say at an initial salary comparable to, how is that determined? I mean, is that something that's fairly clearly set forth?
Yes, it will be clear, in June, whenever the budget is passed, we will be able to compute the salaries for all administrators. And we intend to pay both Mr. Bubness and Mr. Sperano, because they are very experienced principals, the same amount of money that we're paying our most experienced principals. So they will get that salary, whatever that is. And then we will continue to do that for the third person that we are nominating tonight as well, but that person will be at the beginning.
Okay, there's no legal impediment then to doing
Okay.
it this way.
Well, I just want to be sure, because I have.
That's fine, I understand the question.
That's fair. That's very fair.
Thank you. I'd rather not
All in
repeat
favor,
those
say aye.
mistakes.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend the appointment of Anthony Sperano for the position of elementary school principal effective August 10, 1998, at an initial salary comparable to North Penn School District's experienced elementary principals, to be determined in June 1998.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Schilling, second by Sherpinski. Questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend the appointment of Bonnie Rosen for the position of elementary principal effective August 10, 1998, at an initial salary comparable to the North Penn School District's beginning elementary principal, to be determined in June 1998.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Sherpinski, second by Allen. Any questions? I'd like to comment that we are very fortunate to have been able to secure the position of this fine woman. Her reputation in the community as an educator goes beyond public schools. She was the owner-operator of one of the largest child care centers in Montgomery County, and her reputation is non-pareil in this area. She's with us tonight, and she is here with her husband, Mr. Robert Rosen Esquire. If they would both stand, it'd be nice for the audience to meet you. Thank you very much, and let's hope you get hired. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you, and welcome. Okay.
Recommend approval to waive the requirement for Pat Bogdanowitz to return to the classroom after her medical sabbatical.
So moved.
Motion by Shapinsky, second by Allen. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Thank you. Mrs. Hatfield, please note, 11:16 PM, still today. Mr. Hill left the room. He was not on that vote. Go ahead, Doctor.
Recommend approval of additions to the professional and support staff substitute list for the current school year as presented on BA-8.
So moved.
Motion by Shapinsky, second by Scher. Questions? All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. Thank you.
Recommend approval to employ 50 summer custodial maintenance crew members in the amounts of $5.45 an hour for new employees and $5.95 an hour for returnees as presented on 46-98.
So moved.
Motion by Shapinsky, second by Allen. Questions? Dr. Miller, of the 50 summer custodial maintenance crew members, how many of them are students?
They're all students,
Correct.
both high school and college.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Vicki, is this in our recommended potential reduction on our list? Is this, do you know if this is related to, or Dr. Bose, is this related to, your item 6 here, is this related to cutting the wages of the
Summer staff with a stipend of $25 per hour, is that what you're talking about?
No.
The summer custodial?
We, the third item on our list here, we say wages, custodial summer crew. One of the recommendations from the finance committee the other night was cut $40,000.
Shrink these 50 kids.
It was for the number of weeks, it was cutting the number of weeks
Right,
required.
right, it was the length of time, instead of it spread for 9 weeks,
we just went out.
it's going 6 weeks, so we still, it's an hourly rate, so it would be affected by the fact that they're only there 6 weeks versus 9. So we're okay. Sorry,
All in
thank you,
favor say aye.
Jennifer.
Opposed nay. Thank you.
Recommend approval for summer staff, this is teaching staff, with a stipend of $25 per hour as stated in the collective bargaining agreement and as presented on BA-9.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Shapinsky, second by Allen. Questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed nay. Thank you.
Recommend approval of a salary increase due to degree improvement of those personnel as presented on BA-10.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Shapinsky, second by Allen. Questions?
Yes, could I please ask at this opportunity for the total salary increases for this year to be updated for the board now that we've reached that? This is the last payment within this fiscal year has occurred in April, right?
Right.
Judy? There's $520,000 within 2 line items of the budget, but unfortunately, they're not being drawn down. The appropriations or expenditures aren't reflected in the budget. So I'd like to see, because those are
We
other
do this
dollars.
twice a year, right? Is that one? How many?
Right.
3.
But this is the last, so we should actually have a hard total.
We should have a final summary.
Instead of hearing percentages about how much staff's increasing, we know what the contract vertical movement estimates were, but we can actually have a hard number on those horizontal movement.
Right.
So I'd appreciate that, thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Detty, you can pull that together? With Dr. Miller?
Yeah, we'll go
Ladies,
together.
thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Scher. Go ahead, Doctor.
You haven't voted on that.
Sorry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend the board approve the list of student travel activities as presented on BA-11.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Schilling, second by O'Donnell. Questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Recommend approval for the class of 1999 to make a senior class trip to New York Harbor on October 5, 1998, no cost to the district.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Allen, second by O'Donnell. Questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Thank you. I need to put two motions on the floor.
I'll note in closing superintendent's report, the vandalism report available to all of you for your information.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gross, very much. Okay, folks, I have board members that had requested that 2 areas of this budget be placed on the floor for an opportunity for board members to vote for them individually. I want to make good on that. I cannot make the motion myself, but I could call for somebody else to do so.
Let me ask you a question
Yes, sir.
before you do that. The items you're bringing up for discussion, items that are already in this budget?
No.
Preliminary budget?
Somewhere. Some are.
Some are. I have specifically two that I agreed to.
Items that we agreed to that are in this preliminary budget, then will be added to the final budget. We'll still vote on the preliminary budget as it exists.
Yes.
We're not going to modify the preliminary budget as printed.
No.
No.
Okay.
No,
Go
but
ahead.
there are board members that needed an opportunity to
That's all right. I
outline
just want
votes.
to be clarified on those 2 points.
Okay, I recommend approval of the expansion of North Penn High School athletic program, specifically ice hockey, for $8,000 to the North Penn Ice Hockey Association to offset administrative costs.
You want me to make that motion?
I recommend the motion, I just need a motion and a second.
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second? Second by, a motion by Shapinsky, second by O'Donnell. Any questions?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to vote against this, and the reason I'm going to vote against it because it is a donation to an outside organization, which I don't think we should be making. It's probably the first time I voted against anything that helped kids and students, but it's a matter of what I think is right to do with taxpayers' money. So I will be voting against it for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Carol, the basis of the motion that's going to come forward on the budget, is it based on the total? Were you presenting the total of the maintenance budget, or were you bringing forward the total of the preliminary budget with the additional requests that are now entering the floor in the resolution?
The resolution that I have on mine would say 117,466,733.
Which does or does not include what's now being placed on the floor tonight.
It does include.
Right here.
It does?
It does, it's right here. It's on
See,
page
you
E61.
know, I've had a finance meeting and we were asked to prepare for a preliminary budget. I came in here, I was gonna make my simple statements of certainly not being satisfied with this, but to facilitate the process going forward, allow the administration to respond to the finance committee's request of reviewing the full budget document, and they taking on the responsibilities of deciding the educational priorities of spending. Again, like the bond issue, somewhere there's been an internal regrouping of what's going to take place here, and the resolution that is being placed on the floor is going to be pluses and minuses. Unless you're going to sit here and say, we're going to make commitments on votes and still go forward with inaccurate numbers on the preliminary budget vote.
Can I add to that?
Yes,
This
please.
is Shara's correct. On page E61, 117,466,733 does include the $8,000 for ice hockey.
Well, didn't you just
And I
stand
don't know
behind
which
us
ones
and
are
say
going
it
to be
wasn't?
yes or no.
Didn't you just stand back here and say it wasn't included when I asked?
No, I didn't. There were other clubs that with the Band-Aids, I was asked if they were included. They are not included. And
Well, I
was asked
misunderstood
if
you,
the
'cause I-
club-
when
That's on a
asked that
separate
question.
list that is going to be.
That's why I
between here
asked
and
for that
there.
question.
And I'm just going to say that right now it's bad enough that I'm sitting with a budget that's
Well, Vicki,
increased.
don't confuse the issue.
What's-
I made the motion because I thought it was not included in the preliminary budget. If it is, then if there's a change here, and I'm willing to vote to make sure it stays in the budget. That's what it takes.
And that's what your vote would do. Therein's the dilemma. We have a preliminary budget here. There are board members that will vote against the entire preliminary budget for $8,000. They want the opportunity not to do that. They want the opportunity to make a position on a specific item without acquiring their vote on a preliminary budget. They want to make that position in public. They've got a right to do that. Now, if this budget as it is today, we don't meet enough votes here to give funds to ice hockey, well, heaven forbid, you reduce your budget by $8,000. Why is that brain surgery?
Donna, the whole issue is that as I have the administration to establish priorities, these are also aspects, I don't know what else is coming to the floor, quite honestly, since I had no idea that we were getting
Well,
down to the line item.
Mrs. Shar, I certainly hope with all your calls for cuts that what's going to come to the floor are your recommendations for cuts or additions that you might have. Any board member may do that.
Well, I've been seeing a budget that for every dollar that's been cut, there's been $1.60 put back in.
Okay, then
And
put your
what is
cuts on
above
the
it?
floor. Put your cuts on the floor. there any further questions?
No.
Anything
I'd
else?
like, I only know it's specific to the ice hockey now. I'd like to say that I read the advice from our solicitor a couple of times. And I heard him say what the parameters would be, what had to be maintained in order to qualify it as a club. I didn't see him actually come to the determination that it met that criteria, it just simply was an advisement as to it needing to be, to qualify as a sponsored club, plus the advisement of policy being formulated prior to moving forward with this, I understood it to be.
Are you asking Jack Dooley?
Is Jack, was
No, that's-
your name on there?
I think, I have to intervene here. I think it'd
Wasn't
be
there
unfair
policy?
to ask Mr. Dooley for advice that may have been heard from Solicitor Bartle. I think that puts him in an unfair light.
I think it was
Mr.
Dr.
Shapinsky and Mr. O'Donnell, I'm going to ask both of you gentlemen if you would consider, in light of the legal question and the fact that 2 board members left before significant votes tonight, that you would pull your motions and seconds from the floor, and that ice hockey be added to that other list that you provided with the aides and those other folks.
Look, I want
Should
to
we
clear,
willing
I'm
to do
very
that?
supportive of, I've been supportive of this particular contribution, but I never got final answer.
Are you now taking it out of my budget and putting it on a piece of paper that's gonna be up for discussion in the future?
Yes.
And we still have the opportunity to put it right back in the budget if we have enough.
It isn't leaving, it's in there now.
I just wanna make sure we're talking about the same
Vince, it doesn't leave the
thing.
budget, it's in there now. The question I'm asking is, as you're going forward with the formal commitments, I mean, what happens with budget line items are gonna
Vicki,
continue
I
through
have
the
no
plan.
problem with bringing forward a piece of paper with every proposed cut, and we go down line to line.
Right.
I have no problem with showing people what I support and what I don't. What I'm saying here is I just wanna make sure we're clear about what we're being asked to do. If she wants us to remove our motion to support this thing tonight, and an opportunity for the future, maybe next month or whatever our next meeting is, to do the support of this thing, I'll do it.
Well,
That's
if
what it
you
is. I just don't wanna make this any more complicated than it
No,
is.
it doesn't have to be, but now that we have a legal question, we'll get the answer to your legal question again, Mrs. Scher. And I'm asking you, Mr. Shapinsky and Mr. O'Donnell, to remove your motion and second off the floor if you be.
And I'd like to know,
I withdraw.
Mr. Shapinsky,
No.
and we will definitely put it on that next list.
All right.
It's, right now, it's in the 117, and obviously will be revisited over the next 1 month.
That's fine.
well, I don't know what the conditions are. I think it's just a matter of meeting the requirement of the policy being set.
Okay, well, it's off the floor and it will come back. We'll regroup and we'll get the proper advice from the solicitor that
Yeah, I
had
thought we
spoken to
already
you.
had it, to be honest with you.
Well,
Okay, thank you. I recommend approval for the expansion of the North Penn High School athletic program in the amount of $22,986 to support North Penn boys lacrosse.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Shapinsky, second by O'Donnell. Any questions?
Is that in the budget?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We need the line vote. Any other questions? Go ahead, Mrs. Scher.
Madam President, I had an outstanding question regarding the Title IX issues from the committee meeting. I have not received a response since it is another boys' sport that's being added. So I had questions as to whether or not this club itself could be handled as you were considering ice hockey, partial funding as opposed to full support.
This is full support.
This is not support of a club, this is starting a
This
varsity
is-
program.
this is a
Well, it's
There's a
creating
difference.
it into.
It's starting a varsity interscholastic program. We're not taking over a club. We're starting our own program.
Right.
If those boys wish to play, they're welcome to come out and play.
If new
If
boys
6
come
other
out.
boys want to come and play that aren't in the club, they're welcome to play. It's a new varsity sport. Entirely different.
I know that, and if you recall, I also asked whether this was going to precipitate having to match with another girls' sports opportunity because of Title IX issues.
I think, Mrs.
Which doesn't
Chair,
mean whether matching up programs exactly, but it just means equal opportunity. if
That's
you
what,
recall.
that's what Dr. Miller said in response to your question, that it's not a numbers game as much as it is an opportunity for appropriate and sufficient numbers for both sexes. And that can be challenged by anybody, it can be subject to an audit or an investigation by anybody. It does not mean we have violated the Title IX requirements.
We've
But I
had,
thought the response was that you would check into that issue. to see-
Mrs. Scher, they are checking into that. I was with Dr. Ryan last week, and they've already begun an in-house audit of Title IX concerns that is very in-depth. considerable paperwork is to be done because of one alleged discrepancy that there might be Title IX infractions. My personal opinion, and I voiced it before at the last committee meeting, is if there's a Title IX infraction, it's a reverse Title IX in that we've had girls lacrosse for 25 years, and then we've taken girls lacrosse all the way down to 7th grade without yet to provide a boys category at the high school. So if anything, there's probably a better case that it's a reverse Title IX on behalf of the boys.
Okay. For question?
There's a call for the question.
Call for the question.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Roll call, Mrs. Happy.
Hard.
Hill,
Yes.
O'Donnell,
Yes.
Sher,
No.
Shapinsky,
Yes.
Schilling,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes?
Mangle,
Yes,
6 in favor, 1 against.
thank you. Do you want to put
I would still appreciate my questions answered.
We're having a complete in-depth review. I can't do it as
Sure.
fast as you might need it. I'm sorry, I'm
Okay.
trying.
No,
That's okay.
it's
I
not
don't
like,
mean
that's a Title IX accusation is a big deal, and the paperwork is incredible. And Dr. Ryan's gonna not only have to do that, a lot of it himself, he's gonna has to pull significant key players in the sports department to be a part of that audit. The time consumption's unbelievable and regrettable.
Madam President, I'd also like to make a motion that we include the 5 clubs that came forward at the curriculum meeting for the addition into next year's budget.
Second?
There's a motion and a second, those clubs, I'll read them, that I believe that you're speaking of, Mr. Shapinsky. Folks, bear with me, I'm sorry. Would be the Automotive Club, Computer Club, the Indian Cultural Club, the Photography Club, and the Hispanic Club. Each club is $987 each, for a total of $4,935. That was a list of extra duty recommendations that were to come up later. This is that list, it's an informal list. This is just,
Okay, I don't have that list. Could
you
give me
don't,
the
because
numbers?
this is just
This
mine.
changes the budget.
$987
Okay,
for each club,
yes. I'm sorry.
$4,935.
Okay, I need to ask that we add indirect cost to that, so we'll multiply that 5,935 by 10%.
10%.
Okay,
Carol, you also need to know, I was at the CNI meeting where it came up. They do not have full budgets, that's strictly the salary, initial salary payment. You will need to know what each one of those clubs will be allocated as far as their actual expenses once they become a school-sponsored club. They are in their first begin-up year as far as any activity at our high school. But that was an outstanding question, and I know Cabinet did not recommend these additions.
that's not my understanding.
No,
They had
the high school-
absolutely
Donna,
declined it
Connor's
from,
not
that's why it
Cabinet.
just came out this week.
Neither is.
Okay, I know that this has come up through the high school with their recommendation, and I know of no cabinet members that said that they don't want it on here.
I will tell you that Dr. Hassel said that this came at a late minute hour because they had declined, and basically with the board's generosity towards starting up new clubs and sports, they chose to tell their case to the board instead of Cabinet, I guess.
Actually, Mr. Sure, that's not an accurate statement.
Yeah,
They
Well,
brought it
yeah,
they
I'm
brought it to the
sorry that
committee.
you
They
thought
brought
it
it to
was
the
easier.
curriculum committee for consideration, and it died on the floor because I came to that meeting late. Sharice wanted to kill it, and Bill wanted to support it, and I came to
Well, I
that
know
meeting
that was
late.
a tie.
You were there,
But I didn't.
and if I had been there, it wouldn't have been a tie. It would have been in the budget, and I would have moved it forward. And that's why I'm doing it tonight.
But there was this was only one basic expense of these clubs, and I don't know. I've left Cabinet, I am asking for $1 million in reductions, and then we're gonna tie their hands in some areas that their educational priorities are gonna conflict. And I
He's
don't
having
know how.
5 clubs for the kids at the high school. I
Call
think
for
that's a
question,
conflict.
please.
No, there's other expenses, Vince, and you know it. Look at every one of them. And I'm not saying anything about clubs We've been looking to get the criteria established on these clubs.
Mrs. Shore, I have
That's
from more than
fine. I
5 board
apologize.
members
I
that
apologize.
we.
I know the votes are there, excuse me.
No, it's not a matter of the votes being there, okay? It's a matter of you're in charge of finance. If you want to make cuts, you make them. But I know there's at least 5 board members here that will not make the cuts at the student level. Take the 80% of salary and benefits in the personnel adult areas, and if you want to make cuts, you go there. There is not enough board support to cut student programs.
But Mrs. Krieger, Mrs. Mangle, I'm sorry, this is increases in the budget. This is not an effect on the status quo. And I'm just sorry that I heard the C&I discussions, and it was not fully developed as to what the actual costs associated with these would be.
On a
In all
$117 million
aspects.
budget, I don't know how you fully developed $987.
Well, that's why it went from 112 to 117 million.
That is not true.
It's a lot of.
You're going to blame the Indian Cultural
Call for
Club?
question,
No,
please.
no.
No.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. You voting for him, against him? Roll
No,
call,
I'm
Mrs.
sorry.
Hatfield, put it on the floor.
No. Yeah, my vote.
You're supporting him? I don't know what you're saying.
I said no.
Roll call.
O'Donnell,
Yes.
Scher,
No.
Rapinski,
Yes.
Schilling,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Mangle,
Yes,
6 in favor, 1 against.
thank you. Okay. Dr. Bose.
Other business. Recommend approval of the adoption of the proposed preliminary budget in an amount, and Carol, you need to give out the numbers.
It's now 117, 472, 161.
Thank you. For school operations during the fiscal year ending June 30, 1999, and which will be available for inspection in the Office of Community Relations between the hours of 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. until its final adoption, no later than 20 days from this date.
Okay.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Motion by Hill, second by Shapinsky. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take comments and discussions on the preliminary budget by the board. I'll then open up again for audience and citizens. Mr. Kuzma, you will go first. And then anybody else that wants to be heard on this entire booklet. We'll take the time to do that. Mr. Berger, how are we for time?
We've got 2 hours and 10 minutes.
No, you don't.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
Lights go off in 20 minutes.
Yes, sir.
If I may, with regard to the resolution, I would offer one change to it, and that is that the final adoption can occur no earlier than 30 days from this date, rather than 20 days.
Mrs. Hatfield, please read back to me who the motion and the second was by.
Hill and Rapinski.
Mr. Hill,
Yes,
Mr. Shapinsky,
yes.
would you make the amendment?
Yes.
30
Yes.
days?
Absolutely.
So noted, Mrs. Hatfield?
No later than 30 days?
No earlier than
No,
30
only
days.
30.
Solicitor Dooley, thank you for catching that.
You're welcome.
Okay,
Excuse me, I think on
Yes.
the budget, attached to our booklet was the potential reductions as discussed by the finance committee.
yes.
I think we need to address that now.
No, they're gonna come back in that full list.
We're gonna come back from that?
Yes. Carol, do you want to start off discussions? Any overview you want to do with the board before it opens up to all the questions?
Sure. Dr. Bose, would you like me to?
Well, I think you've all received a kind of an introduction statement. I'd call it a prologue. That we're dealing with a big budget, obviously. There are some things over which we have little or no control. That the budget compared to the current operating year's budget is a 2.62% increase. The bulk of the increase that takes it up to a little under 10 mils is related to what we're trying to do in technology. Essentially, what we're doing, if you adopt this preliminary budget and then subsequently as the final budget, is add over 1,000 computers to the classrooms that we provide for the children in the school district, effective with next school year. And so you can see that if you do the rough math, with a significant jump in the budget, is connected with the proposed commitment to purchase and operate technology. Now, Carol, of course, is more prepared than I am to talk about detail, and what I've tried to do is essentially make a philosophical statement, something like a prologue to the budget, about the major difference between the proposed budget and the current operating year's budget. If you found that statement, that speaks more eloquently than I did, I'm sure, but it gives a good overview of why the proposed budget is different than the current budget.
I'd like to introduce the budget as it's been prepared this year has gone through a process slightly differently from prior years in that it's been discussed extensively with the members of the Finance Committee. We've met with the Finance Committee 8 times since February, had meaningful discussions, and each time there were questions asked of us, investigations to be made, and responses given. At this point in time, we have a budget that's been prepared, and it has somewhat of a different format than we've seen in prior years, in that we've presented and prepared a maintenance budget, which is simply the continuation of existing programs that are in operation this year, and also a budget that shows anything that is new to the operation proposed for next year. The new proposed items are equal $2,114,000 in rounded numbers. Of that $2,114,000, $1,357,000 is dedicated to a technology plan which will be adding over 1,000 computers into the classrooms during the 1998-99 school year. So in doing an analysis of the millage for this, there is a page in the budgets that you have on page 21, which I think is fairly telling. You would, if you're interested. That says that the proposed millage increase for this budget is 9.1 mils, using the old terms in terms of interpreting millage. Of those 9.1 mils, let it be known that 4.6 mils is related directly to the technology plan. So in terms of comparing, or trying to compare an apple from last year to an apple from this year, you would need to take the 9.1 mils and subtract from that the 4.63 mils, and the overall budget increase is increasing 4.56 mils. Last year's budget increased 4 mils. So we're slightly higher in the maintenance budget in terms of general increase than this proposed budget. Also, what I believe is new to the budget preparation process is the tax impact of the 1998-99 budget. That is in the last several pages of your booklet, and it does reflect that for an average home assessed at $7,500, that it would be expected a tax increase of $69 per year. For an average home assessed, or I'm sorry, let me correct that, an average home that had been assessed at $7,500 last year, the average increase would be $69. Also, an average house assessed last year, $8,500, the average increase is $78. Due to the county's reassessment, it is impossible to know each of your new assessments and how that will affect you individually. The Finance Committee has asked that the board set up a hotline where taxpayers may call in and ask us specifically about their taxes and how the school budget affects them. We will be setting that hotline up very shortly and be entertaining questions once we know what the board is approving on a preliminary basis. Thank you.
Excuse me, just I'd like to add, if the newspaper could get that correct. I've seen all kinds of funny numbers in the newspaper. They seem to get it incorrect.
The paper got something wrong? Here.
Again?
Mr. Vice President, I'm done with my presentation.
Today?
Well, I'm not sure when we have a motion on the floor to approve this preliminary budget. I don't know if there's any more. We talked about having a audience of citizens before we did that. Is there, Is anybody, any comments from board members relative to this preliminary budget before?
Well, can I get a point of clarity when Frank's answering the question? Carol, these potential reductions have been incorporated into this budget that we were sent.
Yes, they have.
Thank you.
I want to make sure there's any more, is there any more questions from board members this time?
Yes.
Yes.
The Budget Committee the other night had recommended $448,000 come out of this. One of the items in here that I did not vote for was a half full-time homeschool person. So I don't know, I have no idea how anybody wants to vote on this, but I'd like to put that half-time person back in the budget.
Well, are you gonna make a motion?
Well, you can't make a motion.
No,
Make a motion.
Talking about bringing it up at the next discussion.
I think that item should be brought up at the next discussion between this budget. That item should be brought forward between the preliminary and the final budget, to put that back in. Or any item as you brought in or taken out. That's what this next month is for. So that's an item I was concerned about too. I understand there is one person in there now.
But for the number of students we have.
I understand that Pendale should probably have another.
No, it's not security. This isn't a security position. There is one additional security position still added to
I'm
the
not talking
budget.
about the security position. I'm talking about one half.
Home and school.
The home person.
Okay.
The truancies.
But anyway, that item should be brought up at a later time between the two budgets. Is there any other board questions? Yes.
I just want to let Mr. Shapinsky know, I have passed that letter regarding the hockey to Mr. Dooley. If we can see that the issues are resolved, I'll support the hockey. My argument was going to be to split the dollars between lacrosse and hockey right down the middle and be done with it instead of a part share.
We tried to address some of those issues, even the insurance rider that we won from National Hockey Association or whatever they were called, USA Hockey, I think that's what it was called. That was a recommendation by our solicitor to address a lot of those issues. Unfortunately, I don't think Jack was briefed on any of that stuff. So.
I gave him the memo.
Not on the details, though, it's not.
But I'm saying that if we're going to be putting the motions, if you want to move forward on the hockey, I'm supportive of it. I wanted to argue more lacrosse and hockey together.
I appreciate your comments. We've already decided, but.
No, we didn't take the money. Okay.
We said to table that for now. We can bring that forward again. I'd like to proceed, audience of citizens now, relative to the budget items only.
Mr.
Klismas first.
Mr. Kuzma?
Yeah, Mr. Klismas first.
Walter Kuzma, Tillmenson Township. As I look at the elected board, I can remember the day when you had 9 rubber stamps sitting there. Donna finally got elected, and the taxpayers had 1 voice. 3 other members got elected, they finally had 4 voices. And it looks like they have 8 voices now against 1. Nothing against you, Bill.
Nah, nothing taken personally.
And all of these elections, it seems, were everyone that got elected was quality education at an affordable price. That was the taxpayers, North Penn Taxpayers Association motto. Now, this is crunch time, because this is budget time, and this is where we're going to find out who is supporting the taxpayers' wishes and who is blowing a lot of smoke rings this last election just to get elected. Or as the American Indian would say, now we're going to find out who speaks with a forked tongue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, please? Mr. Gordon.
H. Bruce Gordon, Montgomery Township. I do see a difference between the last budget and this budget in that there were 3 teachers removed. I know I had a discussion with some people that we are possibly seeing some declining enrollments. Dr. Bose, can you address whether or not those 3 teachers are indeed not needed based on student enrollment? I know we have a number of times during the year looked at the need for aides because we're above and beyond our projected class sizes. So we end up with aides in the classrooms instead of teachers to help out. And cutting 3 teachers from this week's budget versus the May 12th document concerns me greatly, for one thing.
Well, you shouldn't consider that's cutting 3 teachers.
It's just not adding?
It's suggesting that as we funded the aides, and you might remember, Mr. Gordon, in August of, or early September of '97, we added as many as 10 teachers. But the board approved adding 10 teachers to the complement of teachers employed by the school district, and then we filled 7 of the positions when we knew what the enrollments were in the early weeks of September. And we funded that by the attrition rate of the teachers. And I think that's probably simply said, somebody noted the retirement, number of retirements on tonight's agenda, and that they were senior, experienced teachers. If their replacements are rookies or newer teachers, there's a significant savings each time that occurs. Mrs. Shear made note of it too. She wanted a new accounting because of these changes approved tonight in the resignation. What will occur even after the budget is adopted, there will continue to be a turnover. People will take leaves because of pregnancies that don't know about it yet. Others will relocate because the spouse has changed jobs. Others will decide to retire when something happens of a personal and private nature. And so there will continue to be, and you come to board meetings all the time, you know we're hiring teachers almost every month. This is the 1 month out of the year we're not hiring teachers. Last month we hired some teachers, even for the few days left. That creates a difference between the outgoing teacher and the incoming teacher that generates some more funds for us. And what Dr. Hassler is thinking about doing when he has to make these decisions is finding the funds for those teachers closer to the opening of the school year, and with the knowledge of what exactly will occur with the turnover of the staff that might generate additional funds.
Okay, thank you. With regards to the, there had been a proposal to increase the per diem for substitute teachers, and now that proposed increase was removed from this budget. I've heard a lot of talk that there's been problems getting substitutes this year because of our low pay, and I think the $5 would have gone a long way towards getting substitutes. Is the feeling that, well, we're just going to have to try and get through, and if we run short, we'll put aides in where we otherwise need substitute teachers?
We still may consider, and this board still may ask to approve an increase, but what we will focus on next year is a reduction in the rate of absenteeism.
Good, good, okay. With a comment made way back at the beginning of the meeting, which is now 8 hours ago, state taxing and program mandates, it's okay for board members to say, look, we're getting stuck with this, but it's also the taxpayers that can complain, and the board certainly could ask the taxpayers to be proactive for our own benefit. And I would ask that in the future, if the board has legislative knowledge of bills coming forward, that they advocate that the public get in touch with their legislators and let them know what this is going to mean at the local level. We've just had an election with abysmal turnout. 15% is just horrendous when you think of the effect that some of those party races are going to have in the future, and people need to complain with their vote, and they can't wait years for boards to turn over. They can't wait for legislators to come up for election again in the future to complain that they voted for something in the past. They need to get involved, and I would urge the electorate to get out and get involved and move forward with that. On just a closing note, I'd like to offer my thanks to our outgoing principal, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Michael Wilson at Montgomery Elementary. The parents and students at Montgomery Elementary have enjoyed having him with us for 3 years, and we certainly know that he's going to enjoy a much shorter commute to New Jersey than he has been to Montgomery Township, but we're going to miss him greatly, and we look forward to the board finding a suitable replacement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Anybody else, please? Yes, sir. Mr. Graziano.
Bob Graziano, Tillmanson.
In the past, I've been supportive of the committee structure. I think overall it's worked pretty well. But I was at that meeting Monday, the Finance Committee meeting, and I'll tell you, it was embarrassing being there. And I think that for the budget process, I think it's a mistake to go with the committee process. I think all 9 board members need to be involved. I can understand why Sharice was there and wanting to ask questions, and Bill was there. I think all 9 board members should have been there. I don't know where you go from here in the next month, if any more goes through the Finance Committee or if it's just going to be in work session. But I would suggest that in this last month, so everyone knows what's in the budget and they can make their suggested cuts or additions or whatever, that all 9 board members get involved, and the Finance Committee not be the filter for that. It's too much money. It's just too important for 3 people to do it.
Mr. President, your remarks are well taken. There's been a lot of talk about the Finance Committee and about just the overall process, and the committee system doesn't have to break down in this area, and the finances, you're right, are too important. I don't know who's going to be the board president in December. Whether it's me or not doesn't matter, but regardless who it is, I'm going to recommend that there isn't a Finance Committee, that we have finance as a committee of the whole, that the administration in the area of finance come directly to the full board, because we have to show greater strength, greater clarity, greater vision, and greater focus in the area of finance, and certainly have had a preliminary adoption long before now. Maybe with 9 board members, we can all make that happen. So I think you're right. I think that is something that all 9 of us have to tackle each time, and that there's lots of other work for committee work to be divvied up, but finances are too important. So we'll see what happens come December on the reorganization time. Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Handerman.
Could I just talk from here?
Probably not.
I wanted to ask you if the figures that you had put on these clubs included the cost of the advisors.
That's where most of the cost.
That's what it is. That is the cost.
That's what most of the
That's what the
Yes.
cost of
Yes.
the advisor.
Most of them, as we were told, have very little, if any, supplies.
Oh, right.
And they will, for the car club, they will supply their own supplies to work on their car.
And the board doesn't enter into the selection of any of those advisors. It's the students?
Board, no. No, the principal. We will
Oh, the
approve
principal.
it.
I forgot. I didn't forget about him, but
No, we will approve it as a general overall approval of.
The club.
Of curricular activity, what's the word we use, support, no.
Extra.
Extra duty assignments, we will approve it, but that will be presented to us for approval, yes.
right.
But not now for the budget process.
Oh, good.
And Mrs. Handerham, Mrs. Deddy added 10% to that 987 for the indirect costs related.
Pardon?
Mrs. Deddy added 10% to the $987 per club for indirect costs through her department.
Well, I meant like all the clubs, and like the others were just donations to the sports teams.
No.
That doesn't include?
The only donation of any sort tonight was an attempt to donate $8,000.
Oh, well then, we have advisors for
ice hockey.
we have advisors for, or whatever you call them, to help out with the ice hockey and the lacrosse, the coaches.
No, there will be coaches now for lacrosse, because they are now, if they make it through the final budget, will be a bona fide sport like any other male sport here, football, wrestling, whatever. Ice hockey was taken off the floor tonight and will be brought back later.
Well, I was wondering, with all of our computer technology and the money that we are spending, I guess it's more than just pushing a button, but maybe they could push 2 buttons. And between now and the final adoption, I personally, and I should imagine with the technology that we're investing in this district, we should be able to do this. I would like to see a separate total on what we have been discussing tonight, a bottom line. It doesn't have to be set in concrete, but I would very much like to see that. And one of the reasons I'm asking is that 1.5 or 2 years ago, one of our teachers was making, and I did not keep a positive, accurate account, I was off maybe a few $100s, over $15,000 or $14,000 in extra duty pay. I personally think that's horrendous. It either should be divided, maybe whatever the reasons were. That is a lot of money. So as a result, I would like to see, we talk about the benefits, we talk about the teachers' salaries. I would like to see exactly how much money is being spent in the broad categories. Should that be very difficult, Ms. Steady?
I would need to work with Dr. Hassler on those.
You would have to work with him on that. But if we could do that, I also think it should help you as board members.
5 clubs this evening that were approved, and the boys lacrosse.
Yes.
Mrs. Hannigan, let me just add that with what you mentioned about the faculty member that made the additional monies and extra duty assignments, that's because they had quite a number of assignments. What this board did last year was now open up extra duty assignments, specifically in the area of coaching, to others besides teachers. There used to be only teachers could get those jobs. This board opened it up to the public, and we're finding that we have had numerous outside applicants that have done a fabulous job, and we don't have as much of that as we used to, where teachers would take a whole bunch, and it's almost like overtime.
Well, who's ever in charge of personnel or whatever you call it anymore in the district, I think that figure that I gave you was not all for coaching. And this is what surprised me.
Coaching, clubs, chaperoning, I know exactly what you're talking about, and to break into that, because only teachers had the market on that.
I
This
see.
board opened it up to the public, so when we'll advertise for, oh gosh, soccer coach is a good example, help me, soccer coach. And we've had other clubs and brought in outside coaches that were experts in that field and provide those with those work opportunities.
Well, I think that was a good idea, and I'm glad you did that. And I also would like to reiterate once again that when you're hiring personnel here, we have the money. All we need are the people who are able to hire competent insofar as people. I think we should get the best people we possibly can to deal with our children. So when it comes to the teachers, I would hope that the ones that we hire, because we're paying good salaries, are highly qualified in all areas. I would very much like to see that be a commitment, whoever that falls.
That's Dr. Miller's responsibility.
Dr. Miller,
Between now
yes.
and the end of June, specifically now as college graduates are leaving school, she'll have anywhere between 3,000 to 5,000 applications.
Then we're not
Right.
short of applicants.
No, never.
Well, I'm glad for that. And
Not for teachers.
I just wanted to ask about the other issues as before the budget was, and also I would very much like to see that committee routine, or whatever you call it, changed. I don't see how, because all 9 board members weren't at those meetings, and I don't care who the board members are, $117 million isn't exactly peanuts. And I think in order to understand that budget, I don't see how the board members cannot be a part of it all the way through. Because to come up with a vote for something that you really and truly are here, there, and something else, makes it almost appear to an uninformed member of the public that you have a board within a board. And that's not what the election for 9 members was about. Thank you.
The current budget really spells it out, all the new programs. That lady's done more for this school district than anybody could ever imagine, spelling out all the increases and decreases. So and when we get these booklets in our packet every Friday, every other Friday, they do have an opportunity to see all the new programs, all the recommended cuts, everything. So we are a little bit more informed. And unfortunately, there's only a bit, that 117 million, that we have an opportunity to really discuss cut, increase or decrease. Because
Right.
most of it is contractual.
Right.
I wish we had more, but it's
Well,
contractual.
If I had $5 every time I heard somebody say it was, you can't change it. I agree with you, but the salaries and benefits, but there are certain areas that you can cut. And my objection to this budget, my main objection is that we are so totally into the sports area. That's not what I like to make out my check for after July the 1st. There should be more academics here. You talk about sending these students into the 21st century, and whether they play Nintendo or fix cars isn't going to cut it.
Mrs. Hanrahan, the board that was elected in '95 have been together about 3 years. The first 2 years, we replaced textbooks. We dealt with a technology plan. 1,000 computers were just approved tonight. This is the third year, or the third year of involvement from the '95 board, and now we're getting to sports and activities for one key reason. We're building an addition at that high school.
Right.
The second high school in Keys Road has been demolished. It is not going to happen. We're building the addition now. We're adding fields. We recognize we're going to have a very large high school, and now is timely to deal with sports and activities and student opportunities. But the first 2 years we were together, we replaced textbooks that were here when I was here and Sean was here.
Right, but I'm not talking about...
The academics were dealt with first when the '95 board came in. This is the third year, now we're finally getting to sports and activities.
Right, but I disagree with you 100%, Donna, because I do not consider textbooks and so forth to be what I'm talking about. I'm talking about looking at what the world is like today. Technology's fine, it's to be a tool. It's not to be the living end of everything. There should be other subjects brought in here, other academics, certainly another foreign language.
We just
All I'm saying is...
and changes. We just approved those in the spring.
All I'm saying is that I don't think, in all honesty, you just admitted it yourself, that the emphasis this past year, and certainly with this budget, has been on the athletic side. And I am concerned because when I see a comment in the paper from time to time that we're doing this, athletic-wise, extracurricular-wise, to keep the students in school, that's back in the horse and buggy days. You should not really and truly base your budget, millions, on the fact that you are going to allow these children to have sports and so forth to keep them in school. The other part of the school should be attractive enough that they should want to do it. You can go too far the way you're going, and I'm concerned that certainly you should start picking up. And if I knew the answers to this, I'd be sitting up there. This is up to your administration. This is where you come in with your new ideas. There are schools, and it's in my folder back there, in New York, where they have brought in pre-med. They have brought in other things. They have broadened that base of their high school academics. Now, you're bringing in this stuff in the summertime from these colleges. Now, that was the other thing. Are our teachers teaching these courses, or the college? The colleges are supplying the teachers, because that was of some concern to me. We can't put a computer literacy program in here, and I was concerned about the college. All I'm asking is that I'm not asking you to cut any athletics in this budget, and I'm very pleased that, as Bill had mentioned tonight, that they're keeping a close watch on this. But I do not want to see this school district lose sight of the academics. You can have sports, and you can have Joe Montana out there, and Lawrence Taylor, and all the rest of them, and if they can't cut it for college entrance exams, all that's down the drains. To begin with, those things have to go hand in hand for scholarships. And if you think that these colleges aren't going to tighten up, you're wrong again. You can't have one without the other. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mrs. Hanrahan. Anybody else, please? Anybody from the audience? Okay.
I had my solicitor's letter regarding the ice hockey team. I did show it to Mr. Dooley. He has read it. Basically, he said that we're fine with the club as long as we do take precautions to follow through. As far as it being able to qualify as a as a district-sponsored club with the dollars. I would say, as I sat here and watched all these new one-year clubs, as long as the legal issue is resolved, my question's been the disparity between a club that's been around 12 years, and now I'm seeing lacrosse go through at 22,000. That you do follow through then with the motion as long as the legal questions have been resolved. Well, we've done everything else that's on the table. Mainly because I feel that this club's been with us the absolute longest, and it's paid its dues, and it's odd that after trying to appeal for all of this to be put on the table altogether after the administration had followed up on all these questions. Now, this one club ends up left out with the one. It's in the budget. It's in the budget at this moment.
Yes.
Yes,
Need a vote.
To do what?
on the preliminary
Adopt the
budget.
budget.
That's what I thought.
Mrs. Scher, if Mr. Shapinsky wants to enter,
If he wants to
Your
resolve, then
support-
my issue as far as the legal one is
It's been cleared up.
done. And my argument on the equal funding for lacrosse and hockey is dead.
I know, Mr. Hill, I know, Mr. Hill. Okay, we'll bring it back. What's on the floor is a preliminary budget. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Nay. Roll call, Mrs. Hatfield.
O'Donnell?
Yes.
Sure. No.
Lipinski,
Yes.
Schilling,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Mangle,
Yes.
6 in favor, 1 against.
Thank you, Mrs. Hatfield. Mr. Shapinsky, if you feel that you want to move ahead with the ice hockey, please feel free to do so, or we can move that to another motion.
Go ahead and make the motion.
All right, I'll make the motion again to approve the addition to the North Penn High School. Actually, it's in other levels too, right? Secondary level?
No, it's just, we're
For
approving
$8,000.
the North Penn Ice Hockey Association contribution of
Contribution of
$8,000 to
$8,000.
administrative costs.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Shapinsky, second by Hill. Questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
No.
Mrs. Hatfield, roll call.
O'Donnell,
Yes.
Scher,
Yes.
Lipinski,
Yes.
Schilling,
No.
Allen,
No.
Hill,
Yes.
Mangle,
Yes.
5 in favor, 2 against.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Hatfield. Dr. Bose?
Recommend approval to schedule a special action meeting on June 22, 1998, at 7:30 p.m. to adopt the 1998-99 final budget.
So moved.
Motion by Schilling,
Second.
second by Shapinsky. Questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Thank you.
Recommend approval to appoint Eunice Gandy as non-member secretary to the North Penn School District Authority from May 22, 1998 until December 31, 2001.
So moved.
Motion by Shapinsky, second by Schilling. Questions?
I have no idea who this.
This is the job that takes 5 minutes each year.
This is
Her, I know.
our Woods News
I
secretary.
was on the district, so I know how hard a job it is.
And you know what? After tonight, she's going to be known as more than Art Wood's secretary. She's going to be Eunice Gandy. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Thank you.
Recommend approval of the transfer of $500 from the general fund to the North Penn School District Authority as presented on 59-98.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Shapinsky, second by Schilling.
Is
Questions?
that for Eunice?
No.
Okay.
You mean Art Wood's secretary? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Thank you.
Treasurer's report shows a balance as of April 30th of $31,373,288.
Motion to approve?
So moved.
No, we don't approve. We just keep going, Mrs. Denny.
Recommend approval of budget transfers for the fiscal year 97-98 in the amount of $30,454.
Okay, motion to
So
approve.
moved.
Motion by Allen,
Second.
second by Schilling. Questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
I
Thank you.
recommend approval of the sanction and approval of invoices of the general fund in the amount of $8,036,431.
So moved.
Motion by Hill, second by Shapinsky. Questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Tell you a question.
Thank you.
Excuse me,
I'm
that-
sorry,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
O'Donnell.
That, you know, are you talking about the check register?
Yes.
Yeah, I do have some questions. Really just a generic one.
That's okay, you can still ask, even though it's approved, you can still ask.
On object 340, function 1690, there's quite a few technical services. There's quite a few people being paid for technical service. Can you tell me what are they doing in general?
1690 is a community education department, and the 340, did you say?
Yeah.
340 is for teachers who are not on our payroll, who teach in the community education program to be paid their wages for teaching.
Okay. Then this follows through. I know you've been very busy with animation and the budget and the whole 9 yards, but when all this is done, eventually, can I make your request to that 1099 list?
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I'd like to see the 1099 list.
Understood.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Good request.
Food service.
Food service report, Art Wood.
Month of April 1998, our income was $370,393.88. Year-to-date, $3,074,187.61. Gross profit on sales year-to-date, $1,725,461.08. Net profit or loss year-to-date, $208,775.01. And it's interesting to note that in April, we passed the million lunch mark, and we've served, as of the end of April, 1,067,376 lunches.
A million person got a free lunch?
We didn't document.
No, you would have been there.
Remember how McDonald's used to change their sign every
Yeah.
time they
1 million sold?
We should get one over the ESC.
I remember 1967.
Okay,
No.
the motion to accept the report is given.
Have a
Motion by Hill, second by Allen.
You don't have to
Questions?
accept it. You don't have to accept it.
I just made one.
Oh, okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Federal programs, Dr. Bose.
No report.
Thank you, Dr. Bose. Questions? Solicitor,
No report, Madam
Oh,
President.
come on.
are you sure? Didn't you have fun?
I was gonna start reading out of the school code, but I decided not to.
Move to adjourn.
Since it's done. That's it. Question?
You have to have a-